migrants, and so there is no way to support them. It continues to be parasitic. Finally, what Milkesa and I did was to identify scenarios. To identify scenarios that would lay the ground for any government in Oromia, the current or what the incoming, to explore how it would bring an end to this. Those scenarios are not. I'm not going to discuss them. In fact, we didn't come out with a definitive conclusion, but we identified them so that you guys think. I wish we had time to discuss but only the scenarios while I walk over there. The first scenario is just maintaining the status quo. Continue being exploited. Just keep being exploited like the last 150 years. That is one. The other scenario is Article 49 of the Constitution. That really gives the Oromo people a legal some loophole to litigate. Constitutionally, Oromia is listed as the capital of Oromia, so we have some loophole to litigate, but it's not enough. The third scenario is when Pimpine becomes under the federal government and Oromia controls its resources, develops it, and then sells it to Pimpine. The fourth scenario is when Pimpine is semi-autonomous and be under the state of Oromia. How do the Oromia develop its resources under this condition? Two more. Scenario 5, the state of Oromia in full control of Pimpine, but itself being within the federal system. Scenario 6 is independent Oromia. Thank you.
This is a good position, but to be in. I have another presenter online, Yesa from Finland. I introduced earlier. The title of this paper is Self-Determined Development, Land Governance, and Environmental Justice in Oromia. Is he live?
Yes. Can I share the screen, please? Do you hear me? Do you hear me, please?
Yes, we hear you. Just give us a second.
Can I? Okay.
You can share your slides now.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to greet everybody. Glad to be here. And I would like to also thank the conference organizers for giving me this opportunity. The topic of my talk would be self-determined development, land governance, and environmental justice in Oromia. I will introduce briefly the concept of development and then move on to specifying some important aspects of self-determined development. And I will present very shortly highlights of an example of environmental injustice that is committed against the people of Oromia in Bako area, as in terms of what has been just presented in relation to land grabbing. And finally, I would conclude, as a way of conclusion, suggest self-determined development within the realm of development as a component of self-determination as an alternative and for sustainable development of Oromia and Oromo people. three angles to define development. Also, although we use development in daily conversations, probably some scholarly angles would be important. I would like to emphasize only two of these three circles, whereby development is conceived as long-term process of structural societal transformation. Second being short and medium-term outcomes of desirable targets, as for example, set in Sustainable Development Goals, whereby certain policy plans are made with certain indicators to be achieved over a certain period of time. Development could be conceived in that sense as well. But the third one, I will leave it out, but it would be dominant discourse of Western modernity, which I will not be talking about. Whether we conceive development as a long-term structural societal transformation in historical sense, or short and medium-term development targets to be conceived in terms of development programs and projects, the idea of self-determined development is to take hold of the process and the outcomes in Oromo's own terms. So I will probably specify this further as we proceed. With that, I would move directly to the concept of self-determined development. Although self-determination as a concept is widely and internationally recognized, right? The concept of self-determined development is not given much attention, at least as much attention as self-determination, but it is part and parcel of self-determination, essentially combining self-determination and development. I would like to draw some parallel between essential components of environmental justice. For justice to be delivered in terms of environmental resources, we need to take into account both processes and outcomes of development. So there is a parallel that I would like to draw between self-determined development, as explained in terms of processes and outcomes of development, and environmental justice, as explained in terms of the procedural justice and outcome justice. I would specify this as I move forward again. So self-determined development as a concept provides a conceptual platform for ensuring environmental justice and equitable development. As an alternative, it would also serve as an alternative to authoritarian top-down development approach that has been essentially the character of the Ethiopian state since its inception. In a way, it actually indicates a shift, a radical shift for that, from passive role whereby people are subjected to exploitation to an active agent of their own development. It would be a tool, actually, a very powerful tool, discursively, as well as if such possibilities arise, and if the struggle continues to realize self-determined development, it would also have serious material implications and emancipatory implications. So it is also based on the defense and reassertion of one's right, but it is not really an isolationist pursuit in a sense that it also recognizes the rights of other self-identified nations and nationalities to determine their own development. So it is very important to look at least the desire or the aspiration of the Oromo people pertaining to development goals in relation to the aspirations of other nations and nationalities that we share history and culture in some sense or another. Gammachu Magarsa and Anissa Kassam, in their recent publication, which I would refer to later, relate these self-determined development, or at least conceptions of development that speak to the history and the culture of the Oromo people in relation to what others call as ethno-development. Indigenousness and indigeneity is central to self-determined development, and this has been enforced by United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, endorsed or adopted by the General Assembly in 2007. This declaration provides 46 articles, much of it actually speaking to the rights of nations and nationalities and peoples, generally speaking, mostly citing indigenous peoples, as also pertains to the Oromo people, in my view, and in your views, and most of our in some way commonly understood, Oromo people are indigenous to that region where they inhabit. So they have the natural right to decide the process and share equitably from the outcomes of development. And this provision, you can have a look, provides 46 articles, most of which actually reasserts what the Oromo people are struggling for against the current condition of exploitative the Ethiopian state. So in principle, it is a central element in the quest for self-determination, self-development. Self-determined development is central to the quest for self-determination, broadly speaking. I would also say it would be an antidote to the Ethiopian state's genocidal development policy, genocidal because it grabs people's land from east to west, north to south, actually, against their will. Okay, there are nominal consultations at times, which are substantively void, of no meaning as far as in relation to what would be the final decision. The state comes in with a decision that is already final, and consultation of the people is just nominal. And provisions that I would briefly look into, for example, the issues of free, prior, and informed consent that are indicated in many places across the articles in the declaration that I just referred to, are of no meaning or of no substantive implication as development is conceived and practiced in Ethiopia. One of the many tasks of emancipatory theory, according to the author I cite here, is that looking for alternatives should be informed by the desirability, viability, and achievability of alternatives. I'm proposing, and in fact, given the context of the theme of the conference itself, self-determined development is at least a grand concept, a platform for which the interest of development of the Oromo people could be advanced. And for that reason, there is a need for critical assessment of existing policies and practices, okay, beyond the common knowledge about the destructive implications, the aggressive development that is taking place. Beyond that, there is a need to quantify and qualify all the implications, the injustices perpetrated against our people, against the people of that country in general. And that critical assessment should lead to feasible alternatives. How many minutes do I have?
About 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Okay. This case, I would not, probably I would provide the references. I have the slides with references, details of the processes and the outcomes of this land lease case has been presented in those papers published in 2020, and another one actually, which is under review. So I will not talk about that. But then environmental justice principally brings together two major dimensions: procedural justice and distributive justice. Procedural justice being composed of cultural recognition, political representation, and distributive justice being the outcome of any development intervention for that matter. In this case, as to the outcome of certain land lease, which is studied here. Ultimately hinting at possibilities or impossibilities of sustainable development. So long as the status quo is maintained, there is no way development could be equitably achieved under the current policies. In fact, if you look at the history of development, the top-down nature consistently, despite regime change, the fact that people don't have really substantive voice in what in development processes and outcomes, there is no hope development would be enabled by the current trajectory. So in that sense, I will not be really having time to present this case in detail, but the whole idea is people were excluded from the process. They didn't equitably share. In fact, they were displaced from their land that they were using prior to the land lease. Many cultural, in fact, that speaks to also how the rights of the people, the customary rights of the people of land use has been trampled by the state without any due recognition, no compensation at all. Consultation, as I said, just nominal, without any representation. Free, prior, and informed consent is of no significant implication in that case. Moving quickly, in conclusion, so self-determined development as an alternative would be grounded in this premise, according to me, for people that are not well represented, or for the underrepresented, misrepresented, unrepresented people, indigenous people, as is the case for the Oromo people. The demand for representation in a system created by and for exploitation is a lost cause that could be debated. The struggle of making the process more just, more benign, relatively just, towards a better distributive justice, still exploitative, can be an alternative, some may argue, but it falls short of fundamentally changing the system that enables oppression and exploitation and injustice. So that is why we need self-determined development that is conceived and run in Oromo's own term. This is radical, and this radical approach should be grounded on indigenous conceptions of development. A groundbreaking work has been started already by Gamachu Magarsa. This approach actually takes, it should take into account understandings of shared universal values on the one hand, but locally situated political economy and culturally informed values.
So, is out now.
Okay, so we need further exploration, analysis, and documentation of Oromo worldviews in terms of redefining and defining development itself. And that would be a good, at least that will go a long way in settling grand political questions of the Oromo people and provide, possibly, in my view, the minimum political preconditions that are necessary for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Gutu, for your insightful idea about self-determined development. I just want to add a tiny little thing before I introduce the next panelist. Last week or so, there was a world championship in Eugene, Oregon, in the United States. Basically, all athletes of the world came by country, and they ran. 4 Ethiopian athletes ran and won gold. Yay, celebration time. They went to Ethiopia, and their award was, for all four of them were given land, which is Oromo farmers' land. The mayor happily gave Oromo farmers land. The Oromo farmer whose house is destroyed, whose community is destroyed, whose family is destroyed, who have become homeless suddenly, who have been keeping the Oromo tradition, the Eritrea and all, the language and all, the farmer is gone. A monkey in the forest has better protection than the Oromo farmer. That's what you learn. So having said that, what happens in Sugar, in the surrounding area in Oromia right now, is not land grab, it is country grab. You're losing your country and citizenship and all. So what happens there is not going to stay there. The Oromos have to rise up, and I pass the stage on to Dr. Green.
Thank you, Benny. Just yeah. Just let me get my started because my is this computer. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back again. I'm really glad to meet you all, to see you here after 2 years of absence of presence only on the Zoom. And also, I would like to welcome our two panelists who are joining us, at least in this format. I don't know, maybe Dr. Butu might have been with us earlier. I forgot. But anyhow, Dr. Mukesa, Dr. Butu, welcome to OSA. My presentation today, you can see the title on the screen. In case probably I may not be able to present everything I just plan to do. I just put that on that statement and for you on the board. That's kind of abstract and gives you the idea of what I'm going to do in this presentation. This takes some more time than expected. Okay. My topic, maybe if we get to the top of the slide, my presentation today is land in the state, which is the theme of this panel presentation. My two colleagues, Dr. Mukesa and Ketan Benji, presented the urban aspects, the urban land and graph, and the surrounding areas of Mpine. And my friend, the co-panelist, Dr. Butu, talked about the development and issues related to land. What I'm going to do here in the 15 or so minutes that I have, probably already 30 minutes, is to look at the land issue in Ethiopia, and particularly in Oromia, under the two regimes that ruled over that country over the last 40, 50 years. That's the Derg regime and the EPRDF, and the current Prosperity Party, which is, I assume, or I believe, is a continuation of the EPRDF. In fact, when the Derg regime is mentioned in connection with land, there are some positive comments, and that the Derg is credited for issuing a radical, sometimes called a transformative land reform. At least get some credit for that. And the EPRDF coming after the Derg, in fact, was at least initially looked at by some people in a way changing some of the Derg's oppressive regime. But I think the way I'm going to present here is it's not probably something new that you didn't know, but I'm going to actually look at these both regimes basically doing the same thing. And as far as land is concerned, their policies were basically the same. In the first place, just some misconceptions. The Derg's land reform was radical. It was transformative or positive for the peasants. I think it's totally a myth. I will try to explain why I say that. The EPRDF, in spite of all the claim that it's changing the Derg's oppressive regime, as far as land is concerned, in all other aspects as well, it's basically continued what the Derg did, particularly related to land. That's what I'm moving down. So that's what I'm claiming in this presentation. I do this by looking at the different land laws or land management or land administration laws that these regimes are issued. With the Derg, we start with the 1975 Rural Land Proclamation, which is considered to be beneficial for the farmers, gave them the land to the farmers, taking from the former landlords. In fact, that's how it was initially seen and celebrated. But as we shall see, and I will argue here, is the Derg very quickly subverted that initial what considered to be beneficial for the farmers into something beneficial for the state. And very quietly, and many people in fact even didn't notice. And the same thing, I think later on I'll also claim that the EPRDF did the same thing. So first we look at the 1975 Rural Land Proclamation, and which was in fact quickly subverted and in fact became more beneficial for the state. In the first place, even the 1975 Land Proclamation of the Derg actually didn't make the farmers the actual owners of the land. And what it did was just gives them the use rights, which is also basically the same with the EPRDF, the right to use or access to land. Positive as compared to the previous pre-Derg period, but in a way it became a tool for the Derg to really control the farmers. And the Derg did this reclaiming the land at the state and making the state the only landowner, and the farmers only have the right to use and at a price. And the Derg did this change very quietly. I take a look at some of the additional proclamations that came up after 1975, and also some of the practices. One of the important steps the Derg reclaimed the land for itself and made the farmers for state was actually the reorganization of the Peasant Association Proclamation. The process started early, but in fact it became clear by 1982 that the Derg created a new or issued a new law reorganizing the Peasant Association, extending the structure of the Peasant Association from the local Kabyle level to the national. The original one was, in fact, ends up to the Araja level, but then into the provincial and the national. One would say, what the problem is that the peasants elected their representative, they administered their affairs. But in reality, what the Derg did by this reorganization and other steps was really creating the elected peasant leaders who became actually agents of the state, opted the leadership to control the peasants. So the 1982 law reorganizing the peasant association actually created the all Ethiopian peasant associations with all their leaders, the president and all other. And these were practically actually members of the government. They sit in seatings with government officials, and they also in fact use what's a democratic centralism principle, which means that they issue the orders and the law agents, the law officials of in the hierarchy simply obey what is actually formulated at the top with the government collaboration or the government interference, and so they are agents of the government in a way. That's how the farmers would control. The other one is the other means that the Dutch used to control the land and the farmers was through service and producer cooperatives, which started in another law actually that in 1978, and then it became a very oppressive system where the farmers actually, in terms of production, became also just simply subservient to the state. The other parts I can get into is in fact like creating the state park, which is also grabbing a huge tract of land, putting under direct government control, while the others in fact are still used by the farmers, and is directly used by the state. There is the resettlements and the villagization programs you all know. That's also in fact another technique where the government, the farmers became simply hostage to the state simply for using the land, which was supposed to be on. But all this didn't work and didn't actually make the survive longer. It created more enemies and in fact eliminated the farmers from the state, which empowered the insurgent groups. Eventually, the system collapsed. And in fact, then we move on to the EPRDF regime, which was supposed to in fact raise all what the Turk has done, and they in fact claim they will do that. But as far as land is concerned, actually they say will follow, at least in the initial declaration or announcement, they say will keep the Turks policy intact. Later on, this was codified in the 1995 Constitution, which is about some ambiguities. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm not going to read it. There's a lot of ambiguities in that. Okay. Okay. That Constitution, if you read it, I think it's Article 14, which in fact makes lands or the state the co-owner with the people. But in fact, eventually, very quietly, the people were brought from the co-ownership, and the EPRDF regime becomes the actual owner of the lands and freely giving it out, like my friend said, to anybody that the state wants. And the 1997 EPRDF Federal Land Administration law actually didn't really make it clear, but still declares that the state land is owned by the state and the people. But actually, it was the state that owned it, at least at the federal level. The state was, in a way, kind of interpreted as the regional states, and therefore the regional states were allowed to pass their own land laws. All the major states, including Oromia, passed this law. In fact, in accordance with the federal law, so it cannot contradict the federal law. There were some variations, and in each state passed this law. I'll focus on Oromia, which in fact one was passed in 2002. Proclamation 56, 2002, is a major land law administering Oromia. Of course, it's has to align with the federal law, but gives the regional states the right to administer the land. At least when you read that law, it says the people own the land. The states, the state co-own the land, as the federal or the constitution says. But in reality, actually, it's the states that really controls the land, and what the farmers have was just the use rights, which can change any time, which they cannot sell or pass it to, or maybe they can invade it. But the interesting thing is that the APRD policy also changed over time. I divide it into two. The first one is the first decade, 1991 to 2000, 2002, and 3. Which was considered to be a pro-peasants approach. That's also what the EPRD officials claimed. But in reality, actually, the pro-peasant is just a rhetoric, but in reality, there's nothing under it. Maybe if I had the time, I could go into more detail why the EPRD claims that provide a pro-peasant approach. But after 2002, 2003, they moved into the pro-investor approach, which was just taking the lands and passing it over to domestic or foreign investors, a kind of selling land grab that's in fact widely reported. To adjust the land law, to adjust the land law or to this new approach of the pro-investment policy, EPRD passed a federal law in 2005 and also instructed the regional governments to do the same thing. Oromia did already in 2005. So Oromia changed its land administration law 5 times. I think Dr. Milkesa knows more about this. I counted 5 times between 2002 and 2005. Between 2000 and 2007, actually there were 3 changes. All of them are making it easier to transfer land from the farmers to the investors. So when you go to these revised laws, the people's right to own the land, in fact, is totally raised. Not totally raised, but in fact, is removed. And so that's how the land policy came about, and that also applies to urban land, which in the case of Finland triggered the major protests. So I think my time I'll stop here. Sorry for not being able to cover everything I have, but hopefully I'll just make it available to you to read it when the editing is focused. Thank you.
All right. The good thing is, even though I haven't covered a lot of it, there's a Q&A session so that from the members of the audience and some online. I'll be using my moderator's power to overrule the president and give 2 chances of asking questions. And then it will open up the room a little bit. And I would like to see Dr. Pichaka. And all right, I will make a special case for
Excuse me.
Someone who was, I'm sorry.
Can you excuse me?
I'll make a case for Q&A session for Tayyid and Malima over there, and this 3. That's it.
Yeah. Online, we have not been able to ask questions yesterday, so I wonder if it's possible today.
Okay, my question is for Dr. Kigoma. A couple of questions. One is, what is the similarity or difference between the 1982 land policy and the 1995? And also in your presentation, land grabbing is mostly focused on the domestic. Even though this is done through the state mechanism, land grabbing is also transnational. Having thought about that, and it's all.
Thank you.
I can maybe friends or delivery.
اشتغلوا طبعا نقام.
I just like to ask one question. We forgot to mention one of the land grabbers to the land renters is the agreement. Remember during the meeting says, Sisola Nubus, Sisola Contact, Sisola Government. Just to give you a small example, 6 months ago, Janet declared what is 1,200,000 square meters land the church, Orthodox church. And I'll give you another example. If you travel
Make sure the mic is on.
No. If you travel from Philippines to Toto, just below Toto, there is an open space, few kilometers on Lago Wasabi, open field, woods, cross on the road that is prepared for the church. Before you reach Sulta, there is another place. Passing Sulta, about 5 kilometers before Chancho, there is another place. There is a stone pile, under the foothill of the small hill. There is an empty place with cross and the Ethiopian flag and a small Zavania Kokoro house. And then the funniest thing comes, before arrival to my birthplace, there is a tower. There is also another empty space, quarter of Gasha, where it taken by the church. Funniest thing is my elder brother said, "Aye, the Makan Yasambe, Makan Ukadu Itwara Musali, Gabriel Pudane, what I don't have them now. I think Gabriel, what a Gabriel of them now. The first one is more crazy. So we talk about
يفهم يروبا ينكم.
land
مرة تنتظر.
the villagization. 20 million Oromos have been replaced. Ashabatani, Watani, Kagabatani, Morasani, Igani, Porisani, Asani, Munasani, Igani, Mandara Sang and Telargi, Degila Hanukan Lane, the Hanura of the Telargi. Please revise your history of land grabbing in Ethiopia on villagization. 20 million Oromos have been displaced.
Thank you.
Thank you, Otani. The reason I give him is because he's one of the victims of this land grab. He lost his home and he deserves to speak up.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My question is for the two panelists.
Malima, could you step this way to the camera to take you?
Hello? Okay, my question is for the two panelists. That they presented about 6 scenarios. I don't know if they have time to elaborate on that, especially the third scenario that
raised a very important question because earlier, when Mikesa was mentioning one part of sugar around the Jammu, I believe, the south of Waleti on this side, the south, and this, the north side by Amhara, but he never mentioned the participation of Oromos in land grant. That is very important to mention. We need to press it. We are not clean in this regard. Our hands are all over the land grant on Oromo land. There is no land given away, taken away without Oromo participation. Cover that, please.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I'll quickly respond to Professor Chakas. Professor Chakas, and then Botaye, from the comments. First, returning to Professor Chakas' question, the difference between I say in 1982, I did say 1995, and 1975 and 1995, the DERG or the and the year we have. Practically speaking, honestly, there is no difference. I don't see any difference. They say in a different language, but it's the essence of this and the way they implemented those laws, I think is important. Ultimately, the state was the owner of the land. Even actually, quite similar to the early conquest period, Middle East conquest period, when they claimed the land as well as the people who lived on the land, the Gabah, their labor, their produce, and every state. Later on, when they alienated the land, they put this system in, they actually separate the land, and that's a bit complicated. I can't explain it right now. But anyway, the DERG and the EPR, the policy towards land is basically made the states sole owner of the lands. Peasants would have the right to use, but at the pleasure of the states. And would be removed in time or the government would. So not much different. The second point that Botaye raised, very important one. Actually, it was at the role of the church in this. Earlier, the church had almost given legal rights by the states to appropriate and use the land along the states. But under the DERG and the EPRDF, those policies, in a way, were not officially stated, but were tolerated. I myself, I was really very, very much surprised and annoyed when, after so many years of absence, I last went to Oromia in 2019, and I was able to count from the highway just one spot, 5 or 6 signs of the church, not really actual church, but there is a sign of the church, and people were telling me that this is the sign of the future church, or already the church is named, and all the, I was told, the surrounding area, several acres of land were already allotted or given to that church was grass. So with the agreement of the state. I saw this in Galan, on the southern side of the city. I saw this on the Brian side, where you can count several churches, not actual churches at the time, from one spot, all around. And that was basically meant to grasp the land. So the church is fully participated in this land grab. The Orthodox Church is doing this. And that has been impacted the historical Christian for that. And the settlements and the villageization issue, in the paper actually have several paragraphs or page explaining this. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it here. Oftentimes, I promise you, I'll send you the copy of the paper, and then we'll be able to read. Yes, settlement and villageization was for the DERG a way of grabbing the land at the time, but meant to support people, poor people to displaced people, but it was for the states, a really good one.
All right, I'm going to make a brief comment on scenario 3, which my brother from the US asked. Scenario 3 is continuing under the federal government as it is today, and then Oromia controls its resources. So will not anymore directly get its Oromia resource, particularly the power supply and then the water supply. Gavarsa will be under Oromia. Malkawa, Kenya, Pincha, all all of them will be under Oromia. And Oromia sells those electric power to Finland, it sells the water to Finland, and then that is in full control of its resources. That includes also the ability to collect taxes from Finland. Today, city buses, for example, they go to Burayu and then they go to surrounding Oromia towns. They damage the road. They don't build it. They don't contribute anything to the damages that they cause to roads of Oromia. The Oromia government repairs them. So everything will be under the control of Oromia in this scenario. One point I want to message. Raji sent me email. He logged in at the specific time as the schedule on the program, and then he logged in with his phone, which uses data. He ran out of data, and that's why he was unable to reach. What he said with me is that to relate to that, one day we will present a paper at OSA on the relationship between Oromo philosophy and modern physics. That's what he did.
I want to comment on the role of faithfulness for the church in land grabbing. Actually, I combined this church as a major agent of land grabbing. I combined it with a communal land grabbing. For example, the Gandhar Bharat, which is found in Sandafa. First, there was a church called Arbarat Mazuria Selassie. That Selassie, you may know better than me, was built first, and then people from Amhara region settled around them one by one. They started on the eve of the 2005 election, and now they are full town. They do everything, their administration in Amharic, they have schools in Amharic, everything, and finally they demanded referendum to secede from Oromia. And also the Gandhi Shunku Mikhail, Shunku Mikhail, first the church Shunku Mikhail was built between Kasowa Sarpi, Ganda Kasowa Sarpi, and Ganda Akakumana Bichu. The two Gandas are found in Sulunta district, not Sulunta town. When you climb, you don't know, and then you will directly go to the Kasowasarbi, and then you find this suffer. New town was built. They started that for the Igbo 2010 election. Then now they are full town. They do their business in Amharic. So church is the primary agent in my paper as part of communal land grabbing. So the final comment was by moderator, the role of Oromo in land grabbing. Are we free? No. But the Oromo are not participating as a communal land grabbing. The supporters of the regime will get land for investment in the name of investment, and they will sell to those who have the money. So, particularly after the prosperity government came in, you could say the large part of land grabbing is by the Oromos who are supporters of the regime, both in Pipine and surrounding Pipine. So we are not free. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since this is a virtual and a combined, a hybrid presentation, I need to give one answer. One. No, we need to get. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Medium priority those who made it yet, they will be able to attend, so there's no special treatment. So I really think that this is a beautiful presentation, the issue that's ongoing. So thank you very much, the panelists and the moderators. Thank you, Kesal, for Ketan and Loma, and for the wonderful questions. I'll let when they come and announce the electoral result and sentence for Yeshi. Thank you. Please, Malaka,
So we're gonna announce the election results very briefly. For the board had 3 seats open. Let's congratulate Rivera Tasita, Dr. Asfal Bayanen, and Dr. Gidman Vesti. For treasurer, let's congratulate Isaiah Yeshipur. Auditor, Dr. Samuel Garza. And for OSA's next president-elect, let's try to congratulate Dr. Alamayo. Yes.
I have a question. How was the tie broken?
I'll let.
Did they flip a coin or what happened?
They agreed on how to turn
The
that
two
together.
who got the same vote agreed with each other?
Yes. And Adeyashi, you want to make a quick announcement about the. So we have some, Joe's volume 24 and 25 members who haven't graduated. I have it in here. You can copy your students. So this is the 24. This one is 25. So you remember the color. You already got, you don't have to. But if you didn't get, I can come here to answer to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for the next panel. Perhaps will come good.
My opening, so let's say English. Also presented from Oromia. The first panel having this conference from Oromia and this one. It's really unfortunate, very late there. It's almost midnight. Hopefully they will be fully active for this presentation. Otherwise, I hope you understand. So let me start first checking whether the already connected or not. Here is that you can check. 2 of them are connected from back home, and the following is running from there. Yeah. Mr. Pinker is connected. I can see. Okay, both of them are here. Good. Okay, so let me continue introducing the panelists. I have 3 panelists. Let me ask first Obalanayo to come to the podium. So my first presenter is Kenkino Kia from Sidama region, Ethiopia. Currently, he is a lecturer in researcher at the College of Law in the Governance, the School of Law at Hawassa University, Ethiopia. He holds his Bachelor and Master's of Law from Hawassa University School of Law and Advanced Master of Science from the Institute of Development Policy, University of Accra, Belgium. He did extensive research and Sidama people-related issues, including publishing in very well-recognized journals. Some of his research include the quest for regional state food and its functionality under the post-1991 Ethiopian Federation, the discontent and experiences of Sidama people. The second relevant research on this area is exploring the challenges and limits in the compliance of the transitional justice norms and named region statehood. The third very relevant experience also is we have been doing researches in areas of governance, law, and constitutional justice, and very relevant to the previous presentation. This current presentation, the title is Sinama's Long Journey for Self-Rule in Ethiopia Federation 1991 to 2020, the politics of new state creation in time of uncertainty. Welcome, Ato Kikino. My second presenter is Mananes Mundara Galata from Filipine, Oromia. He is currently a Chief Executive Officer, Sanyi Gala Consultancy. His consultancy focuses on social and business affairs, investment, economic development for business companies, politics, and other social affairs engagement in the management, peace building, local development. So he also being in parallel a consultancy at European School of Peace. And his research area is again on this area. We previously, if I don't miss that one, my understanding is previously the lecturer at Ambo University, and the details of a lot of research in international development, including UNICEF and others. So he holds a graduate diploma in organization in the conflict resolution from Harvard University, Institute of Terrorism, India, MA in Law and Governance, Terrorism Studies in the BA in Political Science and International Relations from Addis Ababa University. They have published several articles on those areas. I don't need to go through the details. His research interests include terrorism, self-determination, comparative governance, and indigenous institutions, and the development in human rights. So his topic, as you saw from the agenda, is the front-end for self-determination in Ethiopia, as for multinational terrorism or beyond. So my third presenter is sitting here. Here is Alamayo Develo, that's the US, as you can see. So he holds a PhD in sociocultural anthropology from Martin Luther University in Germany. MA in social anthropology, the BA in sociology from Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia. Before he left for his PhD program, he taught several higher institutions in Ethiopia, including Addis Ababa University. His research primarily focuses on Gada system of Borana Oromo of the southern Ethiopia, where he conducted extensive researches for his master and PhD programs. His title is on returning to the Gada system, Gosa Clan Explain model. So with this, I will come my presenter. I will start with Kinkendi. He will share his presentation from there. As a backup, we have a presentation here. Then his other to share from his side, he can proceed. So this was.
Would you unmute yourself, Kinkino?
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we'll tell you now, yes.
So thank you so much for the opportunity. I am presenting on the Sidama's long journey for self-rule in the Ethiopian Federation 1991 to 2020, the politics of a new state creation in time of uncertainty. So my paper has an outline, introduction about the general research frame, as well as some of the tortoise and long journey the Sidamas conducted in their bid to establish their own state in the multinational Ethiopian Federation, as well as the ruling challenges faced in the due course. So when I start with the introduction, as we all might know, Ethiopia has remained centralized and authoritarian state for much of its longer history, and there was a difficulty of
accommodating and recognizing the diversities, the linguistic, ethnic diversities, and it appeared to be a monolinguistic, mononational state. So there was a gradual presentation of grievances on the parts of nations and nationalities, which eventually gave rise to the nationalities question. So the centralist states, the imperial root of the centralist state was shocked to its core by the 1974 popular revolution, but it was still hijacked by the military, who ruled under centralization until ethnic and national groups launched an organized attack on the centralized exclusivist state. A new system came into experimentation in the post-1991 period, and since 1994, Ethiopia is constitutionally a federal polity in which nations, nationalities, and peoples were given right to self-determination, among others, and that includes the right to secession as well. So the federal political experiment, which gives recognition for the nation's nationalities as well as the right to self-determination, has been taken as a noble experiment from the conventional African practices. So the case of Sidama people have been an active and one of the controversial cases in the post-1991 political period, but it did not win academic attention or sufficient academic dialogue over the years. So many times, whenever it is raised and discussed, it has been portrayed negatively at all the works of ethnicity or narrow nationalism. But it is true, content and clear as well as political merit has not been understood very well. That's my argument. And I argue that it is a relevant topic on the contemporary self-determination theory in Ethiopia and beyond. So I use a couple of words like self-rule, state creation, and in time of certainty in my title. Self-rule shows that the ultimate goal of the Sidamas may not amount to the external cessation, but I'm saying that Sidamas mostly struggled to attain internal self-rule within the democratized and federal Ethiopia. State creation, it is one of the first ever state created by referendum in the 3-decade survival of the Ethiopian Federation. And argues that it's a time of uncertainty because we are also a wartime society. There is also a trend of re-centralization at a rhetorical level. And so we are not certain about what the federal trend would take. That are my arguments. Methodologically, I also employ a mix of analysis to analyze laws, constitutional provisions, and other related cases. So it has qualitative may involve the participant observation and so on and so forth. So I try to connect two important and broad concepts such as federalism and self-determination that are applied to the context of the claims of Sidama people. So I'm arguing that federalism and self-determination go hand in hand because in a unitary state, we cannot think of autonomy or the right of ethnic groups separate from the nation state or the mother state, which is very centralist. It is federalism which gives rise to the nations and nationalities to exercise their rights, including the right to self-rule or regional autonomy or some other form of political rights for the national or ethnic groups. So assimilation, homogenization, integration are some of the tactics used by the nation states to assimilate or to exclude the diverse national or ethnic groups from their political sides. We can also think of genocide, forced population transfers, integration or assimilation, which has no place in contemporary society. So self-determination for the nations has made its way to the Charter of United Nations, especially in the post-Second World War period. and we can have also certain provisions from the both covenants, both international covenant on civil and political rights, as well as international covenant on economic, social, and cultural rights, which together say that all peoples have right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. We have also an important provision from the UN's Declaration of Friendly Relations Declaration of 1970, which also provides a right for social and cultural groups to determine freely their political status in a given political settings, So when we come to cessation, I am focusing on the internal self-determination or internal cessation, which is called internal cessation by the federal theorists. So the internal cessation does not imply the withdrawal of a certain subnational unit from the mother state, but it only results in the redrawing of the internal map of a given state or a mother state. So federalism is at least suitable in accommodating this kind of because it is an important compromise to maintain both goals of unity. Important aspect which gives a federal idea a strong appeal among the many of its theorists and the wider community, I can say. So when we come to Ethiopian case, Ethiopia has remained a centralized state, but in 1991, a great reversal arguably took place in Ethiopia, and the centralist state was restructured in such a way that it reflects the prevailing diversities, ethnic, linguistic, and any other kinds of diversities. So a major restructuring of the state took place, and the Ethiopian state was restructured into some 14 regions. But when the constitution was adopted, some of the states which were autonomous during the transitional period were forcibly amalgamated. One of the extremely diverse regions in Ethiopia, the southern nations, nationalities, and people contained a certain provision which says that the nation's nationalities who are defined under Article 39 sub 5 as a group of people who share contiguous territory, and many of the criteria specified say there. And there is procedures for the national or ethnic groups who want to become or who want to attain the regional status. And that is a very core point where the right to internal self-determination comes into being. So the Sidama case is rooted in the discontent of imposed merger of its autonomous regional state, which existed during transitional period as Region 8, but which was also merged or dismantled without the consultation and the consensus of the Sidama community or Sidama society. So to give a brief introduction about the case of Sidama people, Sidamas are the Cushitic speaking people who live in South Central Ethiopia, who can constitute a population of around 6 million with recent projections, and they share a predominant commonality with the Cushitic sisterly nations such as Oromo, Somali, Hadiya, Kambati, and many other Cushitic peoples. They speak their own language called Sidamafo, and a pre-conquest Sidama society have a time-tested social capital and traditional governance mechanisms such as Halali, a true way of life, Mote, elders authority, Serat, traditional constitutional norm, and Loa, age grade system, initiation to adulthood, which can be also comparable to the Oromo Gada system. So they give emphasis to cooperation and group solidarity as central values. They were incorporated into the Ethiopian empire by a series of for a wave of conquests in the late 1890s. And the last wave of attack was launched by Rasli Ulseged in 1893. And the conquest was bloody and violent, and subsequent subjugation, cultural domination, and alienation of their land and loss of their dignity to the outside states has been a driving force behind the Sidamas rally for the self-determination over the past 130 and more years. So I quote here Mikhail Keating, who says that each nationalist movement is rooted in historical experience, yet each has reshaped its strategy in accordance with contemporary reality. So, as I raised, Sidamas political movement for self-determination is an age-old question founded on old grievances, but brought with changing a new political atmosphere unfolding in the country until very recently. But the dominant narrative built on the denial and dismissal of Sidama case meant that its true nature, cause, aspirations, and its political merits are misconceived or perceived negatively as a result of ethnicity or seen of ethnic politics. Now I rapidly go to the justifications why Sidamas are claiming their autonomous regional state apart from the wider southern regions or any other political arrangement. So there is, for example, injustice, oppression, coercion, discrimination, and prejudice. That has been also explained as justifying elements of any kind of self-determination, both internal and external. So ethnic mobilization among minority in multi-ethnic status sometimes leads to the demand for self-rule or extreme external cessation or external self-determination. But internal self-determination or the call for autonomous existence under the parent state is not well theorized in the theories of autonomy or federal states. So some studies also conclude that claims for internal cessation are also received just as negatively as those deployed to support actual or threatened cessation, because cessation entirely is feared to attack them. Two important elements of international law or the United Nations Charter, that is the territorial integrity of state. So the Sidama's content is rooted in this kind of political historiography. So there is a tortuous journey to achieve Sidama's regional statehood. There is many ups and downs, and the regime sometimes employs a varying set of interpretations. Sometimes it says the question is not a genuine question. Sometimes it says that the question is constitutional, but it is feared that it may lead to disintegration of the wider South. So the regime under revolutionary democracy and centralized democratic centralism has attacked or worked a war of propaganda, sometimes violent military repression against the Sidama people. The typical case here is Loke massacre of 2002, where some 80 civilians were murdered and many thousands were imprisoned and so on and so forth. The formal demand for Sidama regional statehood was brought in 2005, but it was also aborted due to the coercive intervention of Prime Minister Meles Zenawi. Right? Okay. So he used different tactics to abort the Sidama case so that it may not or it would not bear fruit. So from 2005 to 2018, Sidamas lived under a discontent. And in 2015, starting from the 2015, the sometimes violent and peaceful protests broke out in Oromia due to partly due to massive eviction of Oromo farmers around Addis Ababa or Finfinne, which gradually spread to other regions, and change came. And the Sidamas political movement or regional call for regional self-determination also reignited along with the reformist political atmosphere in the country. But the new political forces were also suspicious of Sidama case, and it was also handled in both peaceful and violent ways. So we see that there is also a mix of some old politics and the renewed costs along the political reform agenda in the post-2018 period. So the Sidamas continued with their question or aspiration to attain their statehood under the strong and energetic, yeah. Okay, let me finish in 1 minute. I'm sorry.
I promise I will get earlier. So let me stop you here. Thank you so much for the excellent presentation. Now let's go to the second presenter, which is Mr. Magnus Kundera Dalata. So as I promised, there is a question and answer. I have to be perfect on the timing so that I keep you time and the right time. Okay, Mahalis, you can start. Can you hear? Can you start? Can you speak? Mr. Mahalis?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
You are again muted, Mananus. Mananus, you are muted again. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, can you unmute yourself, please?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry for the. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks to the American timing and the OSA. At this time, I'm wearing not pajama, but I'm wearing a very different. Okay, so the topic is the struggle for self-determination in Ethiopia. Is it a quest for multinational federalism or beyond? So I will try to be as brief as possible. And let me begin with by explaining the correlation between federalism and self-determination. I cannot share my screen. It says, I'm sorry, it says you cannot start screen share while
you're already sharing from this side. You're sharing from this side?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you can go ahead. Apologies, you can share. Share your screen.
Thank you very much. So let me begin with the correlation between self-determination and federalism. Here is a paradox. On one hand, federalism can be a binding force, enabling the creation of a unity in diversity, not diversity in unity, which is a centralization element. At the same time, it is a force that can be a first step toward this cessation. In this case, meaning enabling and institutionalizing a cessation factor. So in multi-ethnic federations, which means where federal constituency and identity, whether it be ethnic, religious, or linguistic boundaries coincide, it is impossible to remove the politics of nationalism. In this case, when we say nationalism, it is ethno-nationalism that is pertaining to establish this own independent state. With regards to still the correlation between federalism and self-determination, we need to be very active, or we need to be very smart in terms of calculating the balance sheet of the cost of remaining within a federation or a benefit of accruing from a membership. So if there is a reasonable balance between these two factors, we can say that federation is succeeding, but if not, the federation is failing. So this is a literature as far as the correlation between federalism and discrimination is concerned. The point I want to make here is federalism or federation is one aspect of the broader question of self-determination, in which, when we say this, in which both one self-rule and the shared rule, the common shared rule is entertained as well. So federalism is not, federalism cannot go side by side with self-determination. This is the way, the narrative or the perspective I want to rely on. Rather, federalism is one aspect of a broader self-determination. So let me back the basis of people's right to self-determination in Ethiopia. So what are the basis for Ethiopian people's self-determination struggle or quest for that? There are three basic unfortunities in the last political history of Ethiopian state. Number one, the Ethiopian state denied peoplehood to the ethno-culturally and linguistically diverse peoples. And the second one is Ethiopia linked, unfortunately, citizenship and nationality together. And the third one is Ethiopia tried to create a homogeneous society, one homogeneous society out of the Malta, out of more than 81 or 85, whatever the number it is. So according to Marara, there are three competing nationalistic perspectives. You are all, I hope, aware of these issues: the nation-building thesis, the national operation thesis, and the colonial thesis. So, despite the changes in regimes ideologies in Ethiopia, there are two factors that are termed as independent variables in Ethiopian politics: higher degree of centralization of all aspects of power in the center, and then the despotic governance, which means a democratic deficit, whether it is during the imperial regime or Derg regime or EPRDF or contemporary political landscape. So again, according to Marara, the Ethiopian people's self-determination struggle for self-determination in Ethiopia context is either a desire for a genuine autonomy, which is self-rule, or for independent statehood, which is secession. But these days, I will be back to this point in the latter slide, but these days, Ethiopia seems to be 3 steps back to its ancestral account, maybe imperial or the Derg regime, or I don't know. Everyone is better than me in terms of where the Ethiopia's current ancestral account would be. So when I mean by that, the contemporary governance approach based on Hager or Kivla Hager state and sub-state dichotomy, where this was the case during the imperial and the Derg regime. When we come to the normative and the empirical insights of the self-determination as per the 1995 FDR Constitution, I don't want to waste my time here, but in the preamble, it is clearly indicated that Ethiopian nations, nationalities, and the people's self-determination up to secession on the basis of 3 or 5 very basic elements: to build a political community founded on rule of law and capable of ensuring lasting peace, a guaranteeing democratic order, and the socio-economic development, leading together on the basis of equality, and then also rectifying historical injustices. So as far as the normative insights are concerned, so many provisions in the Constitution are pro self-determination, not self-determination, but it says fully and the free right of exercise to self-determination. The empirical sides is full of challenges. So there is a project and the procedure, and so also the challenge of two-thirds majority, securing two-thirds majority as a technical challenge to a dangerous road breaker. So this is a comparative part I want to make point. Maybe before that, there is a empirical challenge. For example, this is my question: which people so far has fully and freely exercised this constitutional right to self-determination in the Ethiopian Federation? Maybe there's particular people from 1991 to 2020. We can judge. Maybe the Amhara people since 2018. I don't know. But this is a point I want to make. There is a symbolic statute arrangement for some people since 1995, but except for Tigray region, no one has fully and freely exercised their constitutional rights to self-determination. The Oromo case is obvious, so it's a pseudo-like regional and institutional arrangement. Even the Oromo didn't test partial right to self-determination. In the southern people, there is a continuum of struggle to realize their constitutional right. Here is a case. The Conso people in a very difficult position. The Conso people is looking for sub-national autonomy within the SNNPR, a special zone or Warada status, but the response is unconstitutional response, both through institutional and coercive approach. The Walaita case, the question is subnational states, but the response is again in a very surprising way brutal. The Kemal case, the Dauro case, the Parta, the Ogaden, the Gambella, these all have similar paths to request for self-determination on one hand, and then the response from the federal or constituent national council. It's obvious about the Oromo case and then the Amhara case as well. So the question is it quest for multinational federation or beyond? Here, the definition or the understanding of multinational federation is where a federation is containing more than one single national group, where each group sees itself as distinct and then separate. So hence, no one and indivisible federation or state. Rather, there are many possible federations out of a federation. So, Vakenya Ethiopia Ndingamtu or Ethiopian Toko wanta kasinjiro. So there is no guarantee of one and indivisible state if that state is a multinational federation. Other definition is national federation is obvious, where when one single national group and therefore their territorial constraints do not follow linguistic or cultural boundaries. This is also so here Ethiopia constitutionally. So in terms of constitutional arrangement, Ethiopia fits into the category and description of multinational federation. So the federalism practice has witnessed that Ethiopia as a federation where Ethiopian nationalism is seen and treated as a dominant national group. Due to this, there is a considerable shift from ethno-territorial regional configuration to geographic regionalization and multilingual regional working language. This is also the current challenge. There is higher degree of centralization, as I said before, and then it is also in a very difficult position. So here is the Oromo puzzle. Long way to realize fully and freely exercise of right to self-determination, either within Ethiopia or outside of Ethiopia. Still, the Oromo people live in the dream of free and the Republic of Oromia because of lack of commitment and then competing political means and ends. I'm sorry to make this point, but the history proves that we lack having identified, aggregated, articulated, and communicated political interests. So since the 1960s, Oromo forces are categorically divided into three political perspectives. So one category believes that Oromo is key, central to the must continuity of Ethiopian state. The second category, Oromo struggle to Ethiopia's constitutional multinational federation. And then the third category is Oromo struggle to redefine and reconfigure the Ethiopian landscape, maybe independent Oromia or a confederal like Ethiopia. So where we are in the context of the right to self-determination. I'm sorry, again, I have to say this. The Oromo people, we are nowhere because Oromo is everywhere. Oromo is in the dream of building Ethiopian state. Oromia is in the ambition of creating its own republic state, the Oromia state, and then in between. This is where we lie. And
1 minute left, Mr. Moran.
Thank you very much. So the summary is the peoples, in this case, different groups in Ethiopia's self-determination in the Ethiopian context fundamentally involves both decolonization context and or addressing historical injustices through constitutional and institutional means. So constitutionally and practically, peoples struggle to exercise fully and freely their self-determination rights is either for multinational federation, this is a minimum threshold, and or for secession, independence, a confederal Ethiopia. The ethno-territorial or ethno-historical model of Ethiopian federalism has been considered as a promising means to people's self-determination, but historical business as usual approach, which means centralization and democratic deficits, proving it wrong. So as a result, Ethiopian peoples are not fully and freely exercising their rights to self-determination. And as a result, people's struggle for self-determination is encompassing elements of quest for multinational federation and secession, independence, as I said before. So thank you very much. Bayada.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. The next presenter will be Dr. Aramayo Devado. He's in the room here. Can come here right now and put on the screen the presentation.
Thank you, for kind introduction. Hello, welcome everyone. Before I start my presentation, I would like to tell you a brief story in Oromo. Yo cuando figura yo que tu ya lo ya también fue algo por ya lo saben. En Namibia tu vai demokrasi kan ya sarga kita sinaga ka ya mari pa kambar tu universitan to ko jing banai si alama yunan jirani demokrasi namni ban kuni kagada alkun kami nanjir ani oromia kanalle fula hedu deme arge federales arge cara di ormale deme lalu arge raya ammo takka kan sirna gada kenya kita tunar gine gafa ayil silasi sirna gada na balde suda karaa hedduu duula hedduu ture. Dadhabnaan ijoollee karaa barnoota modern education karaa sana ijoollee mana barnootaatti geessuudhaan sirna gadaa kana suuta laanumaan laaffisnaan kan jedhu itti deemaa ture dadhabeen jedhanii. Shaalaqaa jaatanii alii guyyaa sana ijoollee gaafsun Aisilaasiin humnaan fuudhee barsiisee keessaa tokko turanii namoota biraas maqaa dhaabee jaarsi. Ammoo shaalaqaa jaatanii fa'aa gaafa barnootichas baratanii yaaballoodhaa Finfinnee baratan gaafa baratan deebi'an waan yaadame sana otoo hin taane aadaa ofii cimsuu irratti hojjetanidha. Har'a immoo ijoollee siniin yeroo ilaallu namoota baratan jedhamu yeroo ilaallu akka waan sin baratamuun waan of sin wallaalchisu ammoo akka waan isaa jedhanii gaaffii na gaafatan jechuudha.
sirna gadaa mirga dhala namaatuu fi bineensa bosona keessa jiraatuuf mirga kennee kabachiisu dimokiraasii har'a warqata jiru kana waliin wal madaalsisuu tasumaayyuu hin danda'amu. Ansilaa dimokiraasii amma haasawamu kana kan dhiiraaf dhalaa wal qixxeesse nagarre kan mirga dhala namaa kabachiisu illee nagarre. Kan keenya garuu gadaan hin arginaa miidhaan jedhan een jedheen. Gadaa kana namoonni wal adeeman namoonni baratamuun maaf akka shaalaqaa jaatanii kaasu ta'uu dadhaban irraa kun gaaffii hunda keenyaa irratti fakkaata. Having said this, I will start my presentation. And my presentation is titled on return to the Gadaa system. It's Ugesa plan model. And my presentation has three major objectives. One is to demonstrate that the Western model of democracy is not compatible with segmentally linear societies. And the second one is to justify why the Oromo should return to its homegrown democracy, the Gadaa system, in the event of self-determination. And third, and the final objective of this paper would be to propose the Ugesa model for the Oromo nation based on historical and ethnographic accounts. To give just a brief context to my paper, we know that the last 30 years can be called the age of democracy in Africa. If we take the third wave of democracy, as described by Huntington, is already 30 years. However, it has been a failure. It hasn't lived up to the promises, and so the time is right to ask why. And in fact, there are a number of explanations over it already, but I would focus on notion of segmental lineage society or segmental lineage system, because I think that resonates with the purpose I have in this paper. Segmental lineage system has been studied by a number of anthropologists, even though it was for the first time coined by French well-known French sociologist Emile Durkheim. It was later popularized by British anthropologist Evans Pritchard in the 1930s and 40s. He has been widely writing and studying the new people of South Sudan, and a number of anthropologists, for example, Ian Lewis, who has been widely studying the Somali people, and many others. And the picture, picture you see right there is a typical model of what a segmentary linear society is like. It has a number of features. One is that it has unilinearity, meaning members of a given clan, members of a given lineage trace their ancestry either in father's line or mother's line. It's called unilinear descent. Uni means well, you know, right? And the other feature of segmental lineage system or society is the fact that lineage or clans do or perform both the administrative and the political functions. So they fuse or combine these roles. So in a way, they are corporate life, right? And lineage in segmentary society are territorially organized. They occupy a given territory. That could be expansive or a very small pocket of land. But you can locate a given lineage or clan in segmentary lineage society, where they live. You can spot them. So because they are I am known by the territory they occupy. The other feature of this segmentary lineage system or society is the tendency to categorize, the tendency to exclude members of other clans. So there is this us, them, or the we group and the they group. So there is this othering. There is also a tendency to put one's own lineage or clan above one's own society or nation. So clanism versus nationalism. So typical example in this case would be Nuer of South Sudan, Somali, and in fact the tip of Nigeria, and Dinka of South Sudan also. In the case of Somalia, like I said earlier, I'm quoting here Ian Lewis, who said the Somali people, for the past couple of decades. I'm quoting him here. President Siad consolidated the position of his own clan and family. And then he said the regime's appeal for Darut solidarity evoked a corresponding attempt by the ISAC to invoke a wider based higher level peer solidarity to include the important Awie clans in whose territory Mogadishu, the capital of the republic, is located. That is, by the way, the clan structure of the Somali people. The clan structure. It looks like that of the Oromo. There is Sab and Somali, and then under Somali we have some moieties, and then on the Sab under Sab also some moieties, segments and sub-segments. So Said Barre was from Marian clan. If you can see Marian clan, so he's from the Marian. When he was in power, instead of promoting Somali nationality or Somali national unity, he was recruiting staff from his own clan and strengthening his own clan in his own family. Because of that, the Ishaq clan from the other side, from the other segment, were fighting against his regime. So what Siad Barre did was to call on the route, the wider segments beyond the American, to assist, to stand with him in the fight against his own brother, the Isaac. During this time, what the Isaac did in response was on their part to call on the larger segment, the Irir or Greer. So that's in the case in segmentary lineage society, a feud between two individuals can mobilize clans of clans from both fighters, and that police combine up to the most inclusive moiety level. It can go as far as the most inclusive moiety, and that's why that kind of organization is dangerous at times. So my question here, can almost social structure be considered as a segmentally linear society? I mean, that's to say, is the Oromo like the Somali, for example, in terms of kinship organization? And my answer is yes. However, even though Oromo can be considered as segmentally linear society, but it has its own features, unique features, a unique characteristic. For example, feeling of Oromuma, so Oromuma, national consciousness, the fact that we have common heroes, the fact that Oromia is our land, our state, that we don't negotiate, on the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Oromia, and the fact that we are proud of our heritage, Gada system, and so on. So return to Gada system, and one it will be a little faster. In the event of self-determination, should we still worry because the Somali and South Sudan have failed to live up to their promises? Yes and no. Yes, if we adopt the Western model of democracy, along with colonial government structure, political party and election system. No, if we return to our homegrown model of democracy, which is Gada. Therefore, to maintain the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Oromia and Oromo, I argue that Gada is the only viable solution. In this, I say return, as you know, presuppose a precedent, and that's to say that Gada is not new. Living under Gada is not new to the Oromo people, because our forefathers until up to the 17th century had been living under one Gada system, Gada government, electing their abagadas from both moieties alternately. So that means that we had our own state, our own country, be Oromo, and we had our own government. And in fact, today we have ethnographic evidence, ethnographic data from different parts of Oromia, including Borana, where I had been working, studying. And my message here is that we, the Oromo, should reorganize ourselves under a single Gada system. And how I've formulated an outline based on my research. Maybe in a Q&A answer, I will elaborate more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amario. Thank you. The three presenters now can you to increase the other presenters. So I will not waste time. I would like to go straight to Q&A. And first, I'll give a chance for two people from Zoom connection. There have been like 10 concerns, only two, and three from inside. I saved their time because there is some contrast in the comparison in this presentation for the audience to have a chance, especially how the Sidama self-determination looks like with other push-at group. So let me start online. Daniel, if you get that one, then I will people to the raise hands from online. Let's see hand from inside first. Let me count. Henok, Zakir. Okay, DJ. Dr. Almayo, three. That's it. Okay, let's start with Asabe, then we'll come to the room.
Okay, thank you very much for the chance. I have a question to Monenus. In in your presentation about self-determination, you mentioned about different groups in Ethiopia, and I saw you mentioned about the Amhara questions for self-determination, and then I thought, is it really the narratives that we have been mentioning about the Amhara does it really fit into the question of self-determination? How do you explain that? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Leo?
This question is specifically for Mohammed Mira. So, would you mind sharing your insight on the economic aspect of self-determination, particularly in the context of the Tulu Happy Gold Mining project? If you have any direct information, this is, I mean, if you're willing to share, you don't have to, but when we talk of self-determination, not only the political steps, but also economic sovereignty, permanent sovereignty over what's under the land of Oromia is one of the major aspects. As somebody who might have a direct information about this, would you mind sharing your insight about the Tutuka Gold Mining project, which is located in Western Africa?
Ramayo, you said you did your PhD in Germany, right? So I'm interested in these two German anthropologists who wrote a book in German, Im Land of the Gada and Haberland's Gala Sudijeka. I have both of the books, but I don't read German, but they're both huge books. What do you think of them? With my question also is to Alemayo Hello. I'm very glad to hear that SCADA system should be the alternative. But as you said, SCADA's democratic system is applicable to lineage or segmentary lineage system. That means which presupposes attachment to the land or permanent location for that land. So in the modern world where social mobility is very high and means of living is also very diverse, how do you imagine that SCADA system could be applicable? Thank you.
Last question is from Zakia.
I just would like to thank all of the panelists. A very interesting discussion. Dr. Alemayo, I just had a quick question. Lewis talks about this vision and fusion that the Somali have and sometimes segmentary lineages have. How do you envision a unity in light of the fact that there can be times when we come together and also break apart? Thank you.
I think okay. Is that okay, sir?
Okay, so now to the panelists. Let me start with Dr. Alemayo.
Thank you for the questions. Your question. In fact, they were written in German. You are right. But they are summary. I don't know if it's looked at that of Haberland. what the end of that book, in fact, is very, very good book. That was the end, it was summarized in English. And that English summary is very important. But overall, they are good. I mean, they are good. They are not perfect, they are good. If they are translated in English and can be accessed by wider readers, it helps. I've read. Now I'm just forgetting most of my German, but I've been, out reading out. I could understand, I could comprehend German. So I read them, I used them, I referenced them in my dissertation, in fact, yes. To your question, in fact, I'm not a proponent of there are two models in Oromo democracy, so to say. One is the confederacy. The other one is this here, the one I proposed here, the Gogesa clan model. And in fact, I assume that our forefathers were using this model when they were combining both moieties, the Borana and Barintu, and electing Bagadas from both moieties. They were using this, I propose here, instead of the confederacy. The confederacy was, I believe, post-70s and 80s development, when the Oromo started to move away from one another and highly, state, geographically speaking. It was as a result of that they developed the confederacy, because we see during 17th and 18th centuries, the Gada highly decentralized to the extent of every clan and lineage having its own Gada. And also, so these confederacies are basically attached to specific territories. So I'm not a proponent of that one. I am a proponent of the Gogesa clan model, because that horizontally integrates every Oromo clan, every Oromo moiety across Oromia, from south, north, east, west. And that would be, in fact, not on the base of Luba, but on the base of age, the biological age and not the structural age. Because Luba, I don't think would be practical in today's time. I mean, that wouldn't be practical. But I'll go for the age. In fact, I didn't finish my presentation. These all that was the end of my slides. To your question, the issue of fusion and infusion, yes. In all segmentary lineage societies, that's one feature, yes. So clans divide, which is fission, and in fact that's true in Oromo also. I've studied kinship when I was studying Gada also. In order to understand Gada, you have to understand the whole picture of the Oromo. And one would that was the issue of kinship. You have to understand Oromo kinship in order to understand the Gada also. If you look at the clan, names of clans in Borana, under Sabon Gona, most of them you would find in Tulama, in Macha, in Siko Mando, in Itumarna, everywhere. That shows how the Oromo clan divides, which is fission. And coming to the issue of fusion, which is coalescing, combining, in that case, you combine up to the larger, the most inclusive level, from minor lineage up to the major lineage, and then the moiety, for example. So that's we. Thank you. I don't know if I've
So
answered
let
your
me
question.
give a chance for Morenos and Filipino to react to the questions raised from the House. First, let me start with Filipino if you have anything to add. Yeah, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm having an unstable internet connection, and I did not hear the questions raised from the House. I'm sorry. Maybe you summarize the question. Hello.
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 Can I proceed till I think get secure connection, please?
All right. So, did you get my point? Sorry. Hello. There are some background sounds which appear to disturb.
Can I proceed, please? Hello. Am I audible, please?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I don't know those if those in the venue can hear you. We are online.
Okay.
So I don't know if Kabede can hear you, but I would suggest you. Yeah, somebody is saying you can proceed, Monenis.
Thank you very much.
Proceed,
So,
please.
thank you for your difficult questions. And with regards to the Amhara case, does it really fit into this discussion of self-determination from this team's perspective? So here are my points personally from my observation. Number one, the Amharas are internally facing a considerable challenge with regards to the federal government intervention and then manipulation through different means. I don't want to go into detail because maybe it's not necessary. The other one is also within the Amhara region, there are border-related claims. There are some conflicts going on within the Tigray people, even with other, even with Oromia as well. So this is the internal aspects of what's going on within the Amhara region. So that is why we have been experiencing, or that is why we have been observing the revival of the Amhara nationalism under the Abiy. So I think we need to consider this. Maybe also with regard to the fate of the Amharas living in other regions, for example, in Oromia. I have been closely following what's happening around the Angargute. In Gutin, for example, they are requesting, or they are maybe going to the extent of maybe special zone, special warega. I think the contemporary government may positively respond to their issue. So generally, on one hand, I would say it is self-determination from the Amhara's perspective to keep the territorial integrity of the Ethiopian state, as well as to keep the status quo on one hand. On the other, there are also others determination. So which means they are very courageous enough to maybe to prune other nations' fate within the Ethiopian context. I don't know. I'm sorry, Dr. Asabe, but this is my view. With regards to the economic aspect of self-determination in Western Oromia, especially from the mining perspective, to look at called the mine, this is my observation, and also this is my belief personally. We as the Oromos, we need to have very formidable economic activities, investment, and then at the end of the day, social and economic development is must for this young generation and then for the entire people. As far as there is a proper community consultation, as far as there is a proper human rights respect, as far as there is a compensation and so on and so forth. So look, this is a pity. In Western Oromia, in the general view of Western Oromia, we cannot find, for example, huge industrial parks or investment companies due to obvious reasons. And then as a result, a lot of educated youth are migrating from the Western Oromia to Central Ethiopia, to at least, for example, or in Finfinne, surrounding cities, working as daily laborers, and then also due to the politicization, securitization of the whole politics in Ethiopia, in Oromia, they are also exposed to unnecessary risks. So this is my view. If we have a very genuine investment activities and operations within Western Oromia, like in any other parts of Oromia, that would be personally a bonus, a plus, given it shouldn't be exploitation, it shouldn't be resource exploitation, and so on and so forth. Warqeen lafa keessa jiru, or albuun lafa keessa jiru, homaa uummanni keenya beelarraan du'aa jira, dhumaa jira, ijoollee rakkachaa jirti. As far as mootummaa ammaas haa ta'u mootummaan dhufu akkaataa seeraatti itti deemsennaan risoorsii lafa keessa jirutti fayyadamnee Yurooppii keessa, Ameerikaa keessa warri jiraatan argaa jirtu. Inni kun samiirraa gadi hin buune. So maaliif risoorsii lafa keessa jirutu hojiirra oola jechuudha. But as far as we have a responsible government structure, and there may be a policy. This is my remark.
Hello, Monenus and Kinkino. Sorry, I don't know what is any technical problem in the venue, but since you addressed your questions and since it is after midnight in Oromia and in Sudama, I think we should excuse you to take rest. Thank you very much.
Presented this really excellent presentation and insight on this area. So congratulations for the excellent presentation. Please say thank you to the panelists.
Okay. Beautiful and delightful. Which we could get this, you know, that and however, the phone. This happens next. This is about more like the presenters and the moderator of all, which I will come out to come join us, and we have one person on Zoom. I'm gonna be. Please come to the stage. This panel is going to take a look at the development and the relation of Honolulu and some policy changes that need to be made, challenges we face, and we have really the father of COVID integration, the father of COVID, the work that will be leading this panel. It's a critical decision at the right time. So definitely he advised the generation, so he is definitely the best person symbolically even directly to this panel. Thanks so much. Please give him a hand. I have to give him a hard time during this panel.
Galatoma finally can a young face from you. And this is the academy, similarity, but finally, we have to presidency, but why Apani? Why Apani? The people covering 100 ni kabate ni kolonise bertae matu wani enyuma sani agasif dabarne shifte aka ada amante duda sena wan sena agasifu Punja Pradesh ke Afan Pradesh sarkar. Wadikani badani Afan tu tinori oha kuwa rasa oromo sarkare barang bende. Afan kana kani walitin kade akan mika wisi matinya. Itu hal ini Afan sana walitin bende aka sotun bende. Afan mare wanti wayo injiru afani kimmo ga tergi amana walitin pamun gande kunum patu mudra egamai tu akan lanti kiye panno ga ani kenna me amayona ega afan kinya patu gande yo abali ya hari dua lalu Yero abadi yakan kopau dan ding. Wali ada gitu, wali dia mungkin akan sel akan ni mamada politik oke sekali beragau dan desu oke sekali usaha bagi sekali yero abadi man agama akawan haran tani wanti dia kawa. Kanabi hamadan desa ini dia ti pronuncia orang tadi. Abali himayo kawan itu asiki alati malu dan dia kanjeng dari asin nila maju tidak rambukan sisi bagi penjelasan na wae pengkasan ini demo dia Calcaba Muhammad Amin Ababiyati asal besar ni BA Sani apa ni kita spesialiti Universiti Al-Sarawak ada tadi Masters di Sani Telekomunikasi di bidang ada tadi Walalisa tapi pada apa promosi. Ini tamu tamam Yusuf di sambil mengambil punya tamam ini. Why orang di kita orang di dalam keputusan. Orang apa ini? Apa Oromo consultancy Robert University Master Sisa Linguistics di European University tahun 2023 ega juga semua berasa ega di mana mana Oromo di jalan formato ora sono anche Oromo di disciplina di università di mana Oromo kan
and it's would yesterday makan jadi juga punya terlebih banyak. Kamu akan lihat menjadi presiden ketawan kalita second party himu kecil negara kita. Amana dendam negara. Yang apa? Yang betul kabati apa orang bukan media itu. Apano romoting etune, apano romoting etune, apano romoting etina na laki na romong baby si Pedra. Wala tadi kita tidak. So, apano romoting esta di umaras kita sadia masyani sama diken na. Mengapa apang parinji kita makaya. Sebab apang parinji mengkopesa di orang nasaya. Wajah dia dan dulu gede, wajah kapasitas mungkin. Aku menipu oleh pilihan ni, anda makan ini orang itu tema. Semula pun dina panik seperti pembuatan jenis ada beliau bukan ada itu berdasarkan panik kisah itu jenis yang berbaju. Apa yang awak sebut kisah itu berbaju saya. Ada aturan satu kanan operasi bersama yang diberikan injilada untuk membuat apa namanya itu ada tidak guna membuat sejak era hamba mengkarakter tidak mengenai dan menjadi juga. Apa ihut apa bu ya ada diversity 100 ada namun di era wanita tidak berbaju aku mewanggar kamu wanggar jenis kerja sebab apa paci kanan dan benda teori maju cuma male tiada lagi nanti. Ega di mana berada pemayu ilan di dunia apa orang lagi berada pada komisi juga. Strategi dari mana-mana itu berkaitan dengan terapi kepada mereka yang kita perlu. Kopi ada kopi sendiri, kopi kedai tempat dan kopi berada di dalam itu. Ama apa ini berkaitan dengan tidak terkabul, apa ini mungkin akar itu cukup. Apan hasilnya berikutnya dia berlaku akad ada itu bukan China pendirinya penguasaan ini ube matani itu juga kawani perumuda berarti apa juga kan presiden partai sebagai sasaran sama umum kanama ergi batani wajib batani akadani tapi kalau batani kan batani garimu asli pasti berarti kade kambare sejarah so saya berpemakan yoga itu anggota komisi ini saya sudah juga ada juga income itu one year going to di pusat kegiatan ini ya Eropa berpemakan akan bersih berpemakan kita berpemakan ada berpemakan hingga saat berpemakan dengan gerakan dema rencana ultimakan koloni angkau untuk menjadi kuberu di sana kita ini berjuang wanita mengira kenapa berpemakan kata ini tidak mudah dengan kisah apa sebelum kisah ini dulu kapan di berpemakan mereka juga berpemakan karena kita berumur apa Indonesia berumur apa sahabat Indonesia berumur kubeda Indonesia. Kalau kita kita mali sahabat Indonesia juga kan jadi bahasa Indonesia. Baru mali kalau mati Indonesia, Euro era akan jadi kabisa jadi gapi nak itu gapi sirna benda. Ama economic writing gapi itu kubeda tu segala itu wajib dimain. Karena ini kundi sadarkan apa ini kedua jurus akata berbagai tiga dalam drama. Yo ini nama apa ni sila sebenarnya kami apa amarakan yo. Okey apa ni kita konsentraantii tokko baay'ee ture yookiin barreeffama dubbifamaa dubbachiiftuu tokkotu walitti jedha. Kun immoo akkuma asirratti nyaatan simbirti sagale yoo fudhatan siintii jalqabaa fi siintii maa eenyuun akka bakka bu'an namaan galu. Tokko TI'dha baay'ee konsentraantii tokko qaba. Inni kaan immoo baay'ee keessan qaba. Egaa kanaan gaafa ilaalamu akka gorsaanis himanni kan tajaajilu bilisumsa eeguu argate qubeen saaba afaan amaaraa barreessuudhaaf rakkoo tokko qaba. Gaafa kan Oromootti garuu soofaa kanatti ol qabuunis fakkaata. Maaliif jechaa akkaataa barreeffamaatti dheeraa gabaabaa jira. Cimaa laafaa jira. Qubeen saabaa immoo kan hin hojjetu. Kan Oromootti gaafa galu danda'ee waan barreessuu yoo afaan Arabaa fudhanne afaan Arabaa dubbachiiftuu yookiin konsentraantii qofaan baawoliin mallattoodhaan faqaa Israa Diimaa jedhamee kaa'ama. Yoo sana fudhanneen baawolii ja'a qaba Arabni. Oromoon 10 qaba. Amaarri 7 qaba. Waan waliin hin deebiin kun lamaanuu Oromoodhaan ta'u. Gaafa kolonjiitti yoo deebiin akka barbaadetti waan barbaadetti qabeessuu danda'a jechuudha. Egaa kanaan gaafa laallee jirru afaan finishuu fudhatanii kan qubee laatiin barreesse sagaleen tokko qubee tokko qaba. Walumaa galatti waan tokko irraan faalames akkasumatti afaan ingilishii yoo fudhatan kaaf yoo jettan GH akka faa tokkotti dubbifamu. X yoo fudhatan konsonaantii tokkotti sagalee lama bakka bu'a. Kanaaf hedduu wal xaxaa fi rakkisaadha. Kanaaf yeroo sana fudhannu maaltu keessaa Oromoodhaa kan ta'u sakanuu kan jedhu kan deebi'e waan asirra deebisanii ilaaluu dandeessu. Egaa kanaan yeroo dhufu imala afaan Oromoo barreessuudhaaf deemu keessatti barreessaa sababii afaanii bineeldotaa shan irratti barreeffamee argameera. Tokko lamaan jira. Yookaan dhibba lamaan shantamattis akkasumas kan argamu jira. Oromoo raayyaa Anigi Manjuma Wana the Gathers and missionary Christians, Wanakati, Okada, and Mera, Munti Moka, Native, the Children, Sadly, but Abu and Looking at the hour of Kopi, President Batani, a bit more. Again, my husband is now, Marisa, Akada, from the Kade. I will be that you are the line use to have a mother to be on the movie, but at the company of a team. I love this activity more and more is actually now in some sort of on the team that will speak the area that I'm coming to cover. So you check number share, but this is a dilemma. Share, but is the others. Kubia anu farma anti kan sangguran wan bilang keru Indonesia itu akan seperti Kanada kan sani itu hal sebelumnya tempat ada cara nak menggunakan kuan misalnya teori sani kita itu nama ini remove na cara ini sebenarnya terus kita umumnya exercise atau menginspirasi saya inspirasi dengan aktivitas menjadi sana promosi aku sendiri waktu itu kena bukan kami dan dalam kami dan kami yoga bapa kita kita kembali kengkari ini kita bakal mission dari itu kopi mission dari Indonesia dan jika terkait dengan usaha ini kami juga kami hamsuka tadi merupakan coaching saja kerja. Jika pun dirujuk kepada kita secara temporal untuk puas terpacu sore centralize kita kami menegur promosi beras ini pun akan terpacu untuk Yoga bawa kita juga mengenai ini terkait dengan kan kita man ini usaha kita sebagai panitia yoga sebagai kita seperti kolina manajernya arti apa namanya sains di bawah semua saayinsii uumamaa, ogummaa harkaa kun yeroo gabaabaa kana keessatti kitaaba warra sanyii 51 keessaa qabachuu isaati. Wanti qopheessan kun immoo bakka adda addaatiin walitti qabamanii dhufanii yeroo sanatti waanuma argametti malee sirni jiraatee ganda Oromoo hunda keessaa namni walitti dhufee jedhamu asirraa nama jira Baalee giddugala Oromiyaa Guujii Harargee Ilbaa Bu'uuraa fi Waggagarraa walitti dhufanii waan kana hojjetanii liistii namaaf kanneen lamaaf kunuunsi sana keessa deemee maqaa jiraa dubbisuun qaqqabamuun jiru warreen seenaa waan kana duukaa bu'anii qorachuu danda'u. Namoonni kun galiin isaanii biyya alaa jiru, galiin biyya keessa jiru, galiin immoo already addunyaa kanarraa boqotanii jiru. So seenaan egaa akkamitti fuuldureetti ilaalaa kanaaf akkamitti qopheessa kan jedhu nuti tokko gochuudhumaa yaada namatti kakaasuuf malee kan nuti hojjechuudhaaf kan guddaan hin jiru. Jarri kun kitaaba 51 deebii kanneen maxxansanii booda leenjii qulqulluudhaa yookiin TPI'dhaa kitaaba beekamu. Kunuunsa reediyoo jedhaa beekamudha kan jiru. Barumsa reediyoo afaan Oromootiifis qophii adda addaa qopheessanii jiru. Egaa kun hundi godhamee afaan Oromootii akkamitti walitti dhufee maaloo godhamuu qaba kan jedhu namootiin hangi illee qormaata qoraasummaa afaan Oromoo kan jedhu. Akkuma bunaa shaayii gaafa jedhamu lammaanuu walitti dhufu qormaata sun taa'e qormaata qoraasummaa ta'an jira jechuudha kan irratti hubachuudha. Kaayyoo gurguddaa qaba. Kaayyoo kana tokko tokkoon hin deemu. Garuu asxaa kana yoo ilaaltanii qofa pirofeshan qaba. Pirofeshan immoo keessatti gadaa keessatti maal qaba yoo jettanii ilaaltanii sana arguu dandeessu. Lammaffaa faacha qaba. Faachoon kun immoo fiixeensa qalamiidhaan abaachaa barreessaa jira. Faachi kun qabee kana keessoo isaa fuulleessaa inni qaba. Qormaata gaafa jennu afaan Oromootti qormaanii jedhama. Maaltu gadee maaltu gadee jedhama. Achii ka'ee qoraafamuu jechuun dhiyeessuu akka namni nyaatu gochuudha. Sanaaf immoo namootiin kun walitti dhufanii sadarkaa afaan Oromoo sirna tolchan irratti akkamitti adeemaa waan adda addaatu waan irratti immoo guyyaa torbanii himuudhaaf bakka 11 gosa 11 akkamitti waan kana walitti dhufee deemuu dandeenyu. Kanaaf miseensoti karaa nama 18 ammayyu waliin jira. Harka sadii keessaa haati tokko biyya keessa jiru. Akkuma sila argaa turtan yoo carraa argatanii waliin dhaabatu yoo neetwoorkiin hin jiraanne hin arginu maqaa jiraatamaa asitti hin dhaabatu. Liistii adda addaa kun yoo xiqqaate nama afaan Oromootiin hojjetate, nama afaan Oromootiin hojjetate, nama afaan Oromootiin barreesse kana walitti dhufuu dandeenyaa. Lammaffaa naannoo Oromiyaa hunda keessaa nama ulaagaalee kan guutan walitti dhufnee afaan Oromoo irratti eventuaalii irratti simpooziyamii guddaa tokko qopheessuu dandeenyaa. Sagantaan keenya kana karaa sanatti deemuudhaaf waan adda addaa qopheessaa jirra. Egaa qormaanni qoraasummaa afaan Oromoo weebsaayitii mataa isaa qaba. YouTube chaanalii mataa isaa qaba. Yeroo atleetii torbeetti guyyaa tokko wal geenyaa. Torbeetti guyyaa tokko wal geenyee waan sa'a lamaa sa'a sadii hojii deemaa isaan booda eegitee ta'ee cimcitee akka namaa ta'utti qopheessina. Ganii ta'ee qophaa'ee ganii namballee ishii fayyadudha. Akka adii sadii kun waan reedii ta'ee hundaaf facaafamee hundisaatu sa'a tokko fa'aa beekaa duraan tokko waraqaa tureen dheerate naan gadi buusnee so kana akkasitti deemaa jirra. Asirratti naarraa hedduu darbamaa immoo waan ta'eef
hooggantoota fi qopheessitoota OSA hedduun eeggataa yeroo of eeggannoo OSA ayyaana isaa kan bara midhaanitti dura qonni qopheessa wantooti gaafasi waan boqoleetti himatee ganni isaa isin gaawammaa isin isa amma wanni dubbachuu barbaadu akkuma mammadanii dukkana keessa deemaa dhufee garasii garas dhaqaa dhufee gaafa qomee laatiin kanaan barreessuu murteeffame dhaqaama hundaa tokko dhaqaama jechuudha wanni afaan keenyaa keessatti. Qomee kana kanatti jechuun sirna uumu jechuudha sirni tokko immoo uumamu kunuunsuu barbaada. Tutuquu barbaada jedhamu tutuquu barbaada kabeessuu barbaada. Kabeessuu qomee keenyaa sana keessatti wanni inni nu dhaabbate maali? Wanni amma xumuranne. Wanni amma xumuranne maali kan jiru maali ta'a? Wanneen hin xumuratin ammoo maali kan jiru ittiin deema? Wanneen xumuranne jennee lafaa qabnu qomee sirna barreessii laatiin fudhachuu xumuranne. Akkuma reefu dhageessanii qomee saabaatiin fi taarabaatiin fi taawwanni kanaa hunda keessa olii gad danda'aa ture. Amma tallaan keessatti murteeffamte kana fixanne lammataa qomee laatiin keessa akkaataa hojiirra oolfannu harfii yookiin iskiriptii kan sagalee kamiin akka fudhannu murteeffanne akka argitan kanatti yeroo tiransikaawufi maal akka katamu fakkeenyaaf murteeffanne kuni waan irra dabalee wanni biraa kan murteeffanne sagaleedha barreessa waan dhageenyu waanuma dhageenyu barreessina malee waan hin dhageenye hin barreessu akka fakkeenyaaf afaan ingilizoomuu kan qabanii warreen qomeelee deddeebisoo sana kan hin dubbifanne akka qabamanii jirudha. Keenya keessatti hin jiru qomee keenya keessa hin jiru kana murteeffanne. Inni sadeessaa kan murteeffanne sagalee dheertuu yommuu taate dachaa oola. Harkilee barreessinu qomeelee barreessinu dachaa oola yommuu sagalee dheertuu taate. Laga yommuu jennu qofa qofaa laagaa yommuu jennu mala murteeffanne kana murteeffanne. Gubaa yommuu jennu baala qofaa gubbaa yommuu jennu baala murteeffanne. Tole murteeffamte. Afree isaa wanni murteeffamte maali? Jalqaba jechaarratti dhuma jechaarrattis sagaleeffamtoota consonants lama hin jiran. Amma akkama achirratti agartan kana jecha tokko dura consonants lama ta'aa jira. Hin jiru keenya keessatti hin jiru kuni murteeffame. Jechi tokko takkumaanii jalqabaa consonantii takka qofaan jalqaba. Akkasuma mallee dhuma jechaarratti consonantii lama hin jiru. Jechuun akkama achirraa garuu kan diimaa irraa mul'atu kana jechuudha. Akkasuma mallee gidduudhatti consonantii sadii walitti aantee hin dhuftu. Akkama achirratti arginu kana jechuudha. Kaleessaa. Jahaffaa jalatti vowels sagaleessitoota lama kan adda addaa walitti aanee hin barreeffamu. Kuni ammoo waan xumurame. Wanneen hin xumuramin maaltu jiraa kan kunuunsuu qabnu yommuu jennu wanneen hin xumuramin kan irratti waliigaltee uumuu qabnu maal ta'etu jiraa kan jiru. Kan jiraa hiikaalee jechoota itti fayyadamnu kana hiikaa isaa tokko qabaachuu qaba. Jecha tokko hiikaa tokko qabaachuu qaba. Fakkeenyaaf jecha qomeeyyuu. Jecha qomeeyyuu maal itti feena? Amma qomee waa sadii fayyadamuu jira. Tokko letters, rows, harfilee. Qomee fayyadamna. Qomee maa jenna? Qomee taa jenna? Qomee baa jenna? Kan lammataa sirna barreessii. Sirna barreessiitiin qomee jenna. Amma sirna barreessii laatiin sirna barreessii Arabaa, sirna barreessii Chaayinaa jedhu. Kunigaa sirna barreessee qubee jennee. Inni sadeessaadha. Akkaataan sirna barreessii keessatti afaan tokko harfiilee walitti hin beekan. Akkas ta'ee fakkeenyaaf akka qubee laatiin warri garagaru warri Jarmanii, warri Faransaay, warri Ingilizii akkaataan isaan walitti qindeessan wal qaba. Orthographii kan jedhanii qubee waliin kanaaf walitti deeffannee ulfaatu qulqulleessa. Qubee jechuun hiikaa akka qabaachuu. Inni labataa kan hiikaadhaaf kan keessattuu konsonantii. Konsonantii jechuun kana dubbifamaa kan jennaan immoo jillee keenya aanii jijjimoo jedhanii garuu tokkotti jedhu. Vowels is when you find vowels. I'm not doing much here for my need. Enjoy your tourism here. I'm more one day on Sagale market. Do much into the chin to Hanama, which is Sagale now is here. You know, my back. And the Lavana and the Reza, Sagale, there for me, Lavando, and Jump Movie, Lampo, and there's my Lavando, one year after. One day I'm not saying why or my time was my hands at the end of my hand. And not my neighbor chase I knew. I come in his name. I come money directly my own. Yada Kenya website TV, one day can have to Barna. And the Lavada, initially, sir, and he cut some one packet on the more on the effect on the diagram, the diagram jechuun amma afaan keenyatti qubee dachaa baay'ee oomi. Garuu qubee dachaa ooltee qubee adda addaa lamaatu walitti dhufaa. Kanaaf inni sirraa'uu qabaa, qulqulleeffamuu qabaa kan jedhu. Inni jaheeffaa glottal stop fayyadanii kana afaan keenyatti amma hodhaa jedhanii, laagee jedhanii, hinkita jedhanii, hamzaas waliin yoo jira. Akkatti deeffachuu nu barbaachisa. Irratti mari'atamee kamtu irra yaada sana dhalfama fayyadu irratti walii galuu jechuudha. Inni torbeessaa seelolii. Seelolii jechuun kun amma birsaga fayyadanii lola biyyaa amma waayee keenya kan godhu hawaasni ilaalee himata. Sagaleen birfeen qabdu jechi sagalee sanatu qabaa moorfeen kan jedhu akkasuma affixes kan jedhu maxxantoota fayyadanii innis akkasuma kaleefis kan jedhamu saniin bira darbee punctuation marks maal jennaan afaan keenyatti inni gaarii intonation jedhamu tone afaan keenyatti maal jennaan kan jedhu. Egaa wanni biraa kan ammas qulqulleeffamuu qabnu consonant phonemes meeqa qaba afaan Oromoo sagaloota dubbatu kana meeqa qaba sagaloota katabbiidha. Amma chaa jechuun sagaleedha. CH ammoo waan katabu sani. Isa akkasii meeqa qabaa kan isa kanarratti waliigaltee hin jirtu waliigaltee raafamoo jirra. Amma kana keessa warra hanga tokko kan barreessitoonni Oromoo barreessanii gaggabaabsee isa amma warri kan dura hirmaata dubbii afaan Oromoo warri kan tabe jala kana nuu qabne hangana kan meeqa kannanii yoo jettanii soddoma kana sagalee soddoma qabaa afaan Oromoo jedha. Kana keessa wanni isaanii soddoma godhanii haa itti dabalanii X itti dabalanii bar itti dabalanii akkasitti soddoma kan isaan bakka raayyaa qabuuf laala amma asitti hamza baay'ee akka hirmaatan bira dhufan kan addi bilisummaa Oromoo horatee sagantaa tokko qopheessi barnoota akka qopheessanitti meeqa dhufanii diindeebisanii maal irraa dhiisanii hamza yeroo taasifamuu fi haa irraa dhiisanii zaa irraa dhiisanii akkasitti di da bisa ni kaya ini dua soal yang ini mana di da bisa ni yang kan tidak ada mana dokter kalau nanti orang sakit tidak orang sakit tidak mesti ini ambo di da bisa rumah di da bisa kan hal ini itu lebih ambo harus aktif saat tinggal di sini tahu kaya sebenarnya dokter sama saya kan yang boleh kan berbeza sendiri di da bisa kami ini handle kami والله مو حمزة غلط الإسلام كثير أنجل كمية أو كثير مالي أوليو قالتها وسكن سنة من تكمل من سنة اللي ما جدا يسمي مخلي أنا كان سنتي حمزة ما يسمي خاي ما يسمي خاي ما يسمي باي ما يسمي زاهي يسمي أكثر جدا يسمي مخلي ما دي عامل موديل مو جدا يسمي عملية إيرانية ما يسمي Ethiopian People's Language Academy misalnya kamu di dalam informasi ini akan di dalam informasi ha di a za itu yang berarti ha dua bulan ini hamzah kembali. Semoga nanti berapa kau di dalam informasi ini kamu ha di za itu berarti di dalam informasi ini Amba Syekh Muhammad Rashad bara pada sangat hormatan dijah di pembalap di tempat angkat ini di Indonesia kan Muhammad ini Hamzah ini Kha ini Sad ini Ha Ba ini di Indonesia kan Muhammad. Amma akan itu lalu tokoh tinggi pemain yang akan ketemu. Abaca abaca da ini berisnamu abaca da ini coba cah kita dan luar luar ini harus semua itu ini kali Hamzah berkata stop kaisa tidak nama ini dah Khan apa kayaknya kaisa nama ini Zat kaisa nama ini Khan kaisa nama Wan kaisa nama Al kaisa nama oleh erti oleh kalau apa ini kan wahai diagram salah malam angkat mungkin dari sini akan boleh kata amma pakai nyari mau hotel saya pusari dia jadi dari kamu di kamar hotel ada sebenarnya orang akan ada bahkan itu saya ini masih pandai aku asli gue jualan yang punya kamu Lain sih udah tahu terkait dengan hubungan itu, hubungan itu terkait dengan sendiri kan dulu. Kalau ada nama amat, kemarin saya jualan ini, apa yang dilakukan orang orang kan berarti dia itu boleh diarti orang ini kan boleh diarti orang akan ini. Ini berapa? Ini Indonesia kan ini orang ini dan gaya itu tak mungkin. Maka dalam ini masalah terbatas. Kaisar tu orang kan itu siapa? Amma lepas jejak lepas apa sahaja berjalan tadi, muncar makai, kalau muncar makai kalau kerana muncar itu dalam dengan ini jika ada apa seramai orang itu, ini boleh son ini maka saya orang kan menjadi itu amma hema tokohnya sih hema tokoh ini akan aramu dan aku jadi nara tiada akan aramu dan selain orang lain dan mereka itu semua orang ini jangan pakai dua jenis kan apa intelegrafu karena orang yang semua karena kan dalam Tony amma sekarang kita jalan itu yang kita dengar istilah kali kemarin Tesla tahun itu pon ini kan zaman tidak itu Kaani seeroota namatti afaan Ingiliizii irraa fudhannee jira fakkeenyaaf kophee akkasuma hojjetu. Maqaa namaatiin maqaa biyyaa kophee iddoo jalqabnaa kan jettu mallattoolee shakkiidhaa kan keessumaa asitti qomaa argoon asitti illee argoon jarumarraa fudhannee waliigalatti maalotoo seeraan kan dabarti. Egaa wanneen kun waan irratti mari'achaa irratti waliin jechaa jiru akka mariin irratti gaggeeffamtu dhiibbaa jira. Bal'ina isaa waan irratti mari'anneeffamni jennee websaayitii kan jalatti ni baafna. YouTube irratti ni baafna. Waan irra gaggeeffataniif fayyaa barbaada. Oh.
Egaa
amma achiin kan agartanii Ababaa kan gonfaati. Kan inni barate descriptive linguistics and lexicography dha inni Academy of Ethiopian Language and Culture Addis Ababa University Finfinnee PhD kaadhimamaadha. Achuma Addis Ababa University Baay'isoo Marfoo Niyasis kan jedhamu. Masters Descriptive Linguistics Case System Oromo kan jedhu qaba. BA English Language and Literature kan jedhu qaba. Baganaadhaan baba. Dhageessaadha.
Biometric video. Biometric video
egaa har'a mata duree contact induced change in Oromo jedhu kana ilaalla. Kan barreeffame afaan Ingiliziitiin kan dubbatu afaan Oromootiin ta'a jechuudha. Mata duree kanarratti mata duree kana keessatti mata duree xixiqqaa sadiitu jira. Innis background isaa akka ogummaa areedata isaanii ilaalla. Contact induced change kana immoo sadarkaa dhamsagaatti sadarkaa dhamjechaatti akkasumas sadarkaa kiliinikaatti ilaalla. Dhumarratti ni boolaanna jechuudha. Akkuma mul'atu contact induced change jechuun afaan lama yookiin lamaa ol yeroo walitti dhufan kan jijjiirama afaan tokko irratti ta'u kan qoratu jechuudha. Agaa jijjiiramni afaanii kun sadarkaa sagaleetti ta'uu danda'a yookiin sadarkaa caasaatti ta'uu danda'a yookiin sadarkaa jechaatti ta'uu danda'a jechuudha. Sadarkaa caasaa hojjetu sagalee dhaqabee amma himaatitti yookiin immoo miidhaganii kan fudhata. Akkasumas jechoota hojjetu immoo jechoota jijjiiramni kun yookiin immoo contact induced change jedhamuun baay'atu yookiin immoo miidhasaa kan baay'atu afaanii waan ta'u irratti jedha beeksisni akkas jedhu. Afaan sababa kontaaktii kanaatiin jijjiiramu ni salphata warri jedhan jiru. Akkasumas immoo lakkiin salphata qamaa ta'a warri jedhanis jiru. Qorannoo kana keessatti kan ilaallu sababa walitti dhufeenya afaan Oromoo afaan Amaaraatiin afaan Ingiliziitiin akkasumas afaan Arabaatiin walitti sababa walitti dhufeenya kanaatiin jijjiirama dhufe guddaadha jedhee kan ilaalu garuu as keessatti isa dhiibbaa karaa afaan Arabaatiin wanti qorannoon kun hin dabalatu jechuudha. Miidhaan kunis immoo amma kam gaha? Mungkin mau baru apa lo kan bisa semua yang kimse mungkin mau kata mata sih kan terus karena kisah dari walalu dia juga amma mati kan itu orang orang bilang iba akan semula akan kita semula sabab akan kushi dia pak umum itu tu orang orang bilang mana kalaki gara di bilang itu apaan seni wajib apaan amara kasih macam apa apaan kushira itu bukan tidak juga apaan seni tidak tidak baru akhirnya pada kala terkosong sebagai jalan kecil apaan kushira kalau sendiri mungkin maka suni ibadah dari artis saya juga Charles cuma juga tuh kan dia sudah subject object kira itu berbeda beberapa itu kamera subject itu pada mungkin mau kamera pada jadi apa pun juga dasar kerja itu me sedekah segala mantap kan di mana jika kita tahu apa jika kita bahas jika kita syarikat ada jika kita syarikat sama ada lalu mereka kami orang dia kan ini ada itu cara apa itu orang kasih kita sawah ini tinggal pakainya buddha orang kandepan buddha orang ada kulit makan mungkin musagari makan diri susahnya tidak ambo kan boleh ambo jadi sampai tadi boleh sampai tadi jadi boleh sampai tadi jadi orang ada kali itu kita tahu itu tahu berapa nanti kadang-kadang dia ada kulit iba pada marah jadi mari baru di orang kribo bercipta ini umarat pada marah jauh itu mari lawan jika ini acara aturan itu asa pada marah itu saya kamu boleh ini motif tak itu bukan yang kribo anjing cakap itu bukan nyala anjing cakap orang itu ada pada marah itu nyala itu kan kalau tadi kata lawan saat itu cardinal number itu adalah ordinal number itu kan pakai yang top itu 5 development of 5 lawan dia apa nama itu andenya bulan tenya asiti wafaka dari nyani kan apa orang orang kata itu mungkin mau kata orang tidak itu lama kan bakat tiga nyani mau jadi pakainya sarif anjur mana sarif udah kan orang bisa kita kalau akan sarif jadi kardi anjur kita kalau akan ada itu apa nama itu tidak kita jadi nyampak akan dan nyampak dan makanya jadi pushina itu bayi komani kita ada itu baru wanti beliau katanya sekarang orang kita mereka jika sawan natural tuan amma mumnya but not is affixed to nemo linguistic group nyan dabalan pangga dabalane afan sabat dabalane afan sarasari makanya di sabab romo ande manati nyang itu dabalan nyang aja nah cuma sambil kita Inggris aja kan Inggrisnya aja nah ini akasan kita juga akasan romo itu akasan kalau yoga jadi yo amma anda jadi aku natural itu cara apa nama kata ada sih orang paling jauh orang paling jauh kalau dia juga ada orang itu kau tidak tahu amari paling akamara itu ada apa nama tidak tahu itu karena kami aku marah kita gara-gara ini nanti kamu sagarin jijjiiramni sadarkaa murtiitti yookiin dhamdichaa dhamdicha jechuun it is very closed form jechuun dabalamuu hin dandeenye kan hidhamuu hin dandeenye kan jijjiiramuu hin dandeenye jechuudha. Wanti akkanii kun sadarkaa kanatti miidhaan yookiin immoo pireeshariin asirratti jira jechuun jijjiiramni asirratti jira jechuun istoon pireeshariin yookiin immoo dhiibbaa guddaa kan nu argisiisa. Sadarkaa sana keessatti illee waan tokko ilaalu. Saayikoolojistoonni maal jedhu namni akka yaadutti dubbataa jedhu yookiin immoo dubbiin namaa sun akkamitti akka inni yaadu argisiisaa jedhu. Afaan sadee kan bira qabnee oolaannu. Inni isaa keessa isaa tokkuma kaafkoon turii jedha waan qabu. Faranjiin garuu yookiin immoo afaan Ingilizii waliin dubbatan garuu ayikoot kaaf jedhu. Warri afaan Mandariinii dubbatan immoo maal jedhu kaaf sakaatoon jedhu. Nama taate jedhanii filatu akkasitti yaaduu jechuudha. Mee amma kana sammuutti qabannee ture yoo jara kana laalu caasaawwan ajaa'ibaa kana oolaallu afaan Oromoo haadha warraa jedhamee haadha manaa hin jiru. Haadha manaa kan jedhu afaan Amaaraatti jechuudha yookiin immoo afaan Amaaraa dubbatu baalabeet jedhu haadha manaa jechuudha karaa biraati. Barumsa bilisaa yookiin immoo bilisa barumsaa argattee waan akkasii kan hoggaa barumsa bilisaan jedhu kun Oromoon barumsa turaa jedhu hoo jedhamu. Nasaatiin kan beeksisa barumsaa bilisaa kun dhufe taaksii fudhatee hin jedhamu Oromoon akkasii jedhu taaksii fudhatee jedhama. Tuufe taaksii isa jedhu danda'u egaa miidhaa yookiin dhiibbaa afaan Ingiliziitiin agarsiisa. Wal fuudhan jedha. Wal fuudhanii kan Oromoo waaqu warrooman jedhamanii wal fuudhanii jedhu. Eessaa yoo jennu wal fuudhan jedhu tagaamu. Suan tagabale susunya kawaje itu buat tagapan. Oromo garu ini buka ini male lama sani waktu tanda. Jalan onne da oke, mungkin jalan onne jalan kerana itu la rumah bisa kita tahu. Gara kana apa Oromo bisa dari itu. Itu bisa itu apa Oromo tidak hari kamu dapat Ingilizi keessatti malee afaan Oromoo keessatti immoo sammuu Oromoo nama kakuu seenaan jedha. Kakuu seenaan kataran jedhama Oromoo kakuu seenaan qaala kakuu seenaan jechuudha. Walumaa galatti egaa maali afaan guddate yoo jennu afaan naachuraal caasaa isaa eeggatee guddata malee bu'uura isaa lakkisee bu'uura mootummaa jedhamu dhaabbatee guddatee guddachuu danda'u kan jallataa jechuudha. Egaa fuuldurjinii qorannoo kanaa weebsaayitii kun yeroo dhiyootti gaggeeffamaa achirraa ilaaluu dandeessanii waan dhaggeeffatan baay'ee waaqayyo.
Aku akan lanjutkan di bagian yang boleh kita amat istri boleh memperkata baik. Lalu mengandalkan untuk kami itu negosiasi beragam, dilakukan pertemuan antara pilihan ini awal mereka aku melihat itu anda ambil video
Lagi apa nama wani reform itu kan pun wai kue dua wai kue kiri wai apa itu jadi paling ampatinya sih jadi malu inna beri yo polsek inna polsek dan iga tadi betul bagi kita apa namanya nak orang kerja bagi gila Afaanota fakkeenyaaf akka jechuudha. Dargaggeeyyii baasan uffata xiqqaadha. Waan akkasii baay'eetu jira xiyyeeffannoo karaa qabuuf. Barumsa guddaadha. Nu galateeffatu gaafa argitanii qabaa. Egaa amma gara gaaffiitti deemna. Gaaffii yoo qabaataniif. Achi okay. Number one, okay. Lagi kan ada ukur juga pada. Sebelum atau tujuh.
Ayen geratongan dan jadi dia sebablah wae geratongan seperti itu jadi ya bahwa ya semua ini sering berbeza berbeda tidak lewat ini menurut mereka malu pior maka mereka buta udah apa nomor kita ya dan ya kita seorang itu order itu berat tuan sifat tadi. Laga mah video untuk jalan keluar badanmu, bukan apa kamu bawa itu apa cara kami jalan. Karena bisa berarti akan berwarna dan tu. Quando la gente sta andando a fuga da Roma, gating kan ko se na ube oromo dati, ube oromo ma sinjatan na may ko pete, amalle nama pa orang apa mencari dalam nupi, bagi ada apa mencari dalam, ya ama sarada kani jia jia kita ini, ube apa oromo kope sani kapana rabaran kamani kanjera mulan naga. Garuu namoonni tokko gaaf tokko amma do'anii baazinaaf jennaan yeroo dubbatanu warra yaaffaa bira geessine naannoorraa ukkaamsanii asiin baattii kan jedhu dhagaye. Akka Oromootti naannoo Oromootti garuu dhimma Oromoo shaataa bakka dhaga'ee beeku. Kanaaf gaaffiin kun madamini ilaala yoo waan kanarraa na ibsuu dandeessu kan ta'u.
Ani immoo waanuma yeroo baay'ee qabeenya keenya tuulaa kan warra Habashaa wajjin qabee keenyan akkana kan isaaniitiin akkana yookaan kan warra semetik jedhamee warri antiroopolojii itti walii galee kusheetik jedhamee itti walii galee warra kushkee jedhu. Maali wal bira qabanii ilaaluun warra kuush jedhaman san wajjin kan akka Konsoo kana, kan akka Sidaamaa kana, kan akka Somaalee kana baay'eedha. Kan meeqa afaan semetik biyya kana biyya san keessatti isaanuu kan fudhatan oduu afaan fi adaree jedhu ganaa irratti wal lolu sirriitti hin beekamne Amaarati Tigiree kan biraa hin jiran waanuma mootiin karaa sanii dhufee waanuma gooftolii keenya dhufanii afaan warra gooftaa kana wajjin maal akkanna kanuma nu fakkaata warra nu fakkaata wajjin maaliif waliin hin deemu karaa afaan kushin namuu waan haasayu hin agarre kanaaf wanni waan hanqate kana itti dabaluu dhabe karaa sanii bakka loon oolu horii fi horii wajjiniin deemaa re'een fi re'een wajjiniin deemti re'ee fi horii waliin makuu miti ani kana jedha afaan lama afaan guddaa kan semetik jedhameera kan Afrikaa itti amamma qabnu malee boodee kan ta'u malee maaliif kan konsoo amma baay'ee namarra dhugaa harki jaatamni afaan Oromoo kan Sidaamaan durii beeku baay'eedha. Amma hoggaan itti maxxanee ilaalu afaan Oromoo baay'ee of keessaa qaba. Somaaleen maadhiisu saaqoo hunnoo Tigree qaqqara bakka itti amma Tigreen fi Eertiraa wal lolabsan isaan afaan Oromootti kan dhiyaatu ani naman beeku warran beekutu jira. Tokko lama sadii jedhanii hamma dhufu waan baay'eedha kan jiru kana maaliif hin goone maaliif karaa sanitti deeme isinii balleessitan jechuu kooti miti. Karaa kanaan deemtaniitu garuu hundumti keenya warra karaa biraa oduu godhame ani gaaffii oduu ta'e yaada ta'a ni beeku akka itti deemsa warri deemu.
Galatoma baay'ee namatti tola. Ani gaaffii isin kennu irraa akka irratti hojjetan tokko nan yaada tokkotu jira. Amma fakkeenyaaf afaan Oromoo ta'ee tokko hanqaaquudha, tokko buuphaa'edha, tokko qilleedha, hambiraas jirachuudhaan. Hundumtumaan keenyadha. Kan keenya kana qabannee deemuu danda'u jira. Akkamitti boonaa kan kennuufi. Biraa tokko eessa jedha, tokko eessa jedha. Wanta nama keenya maawwanti mabaana. Sadaffaa kuni kooti, kuni kiyya. Kan jiru sana akkatti uumamuu dandeenyu yaadachuudha. Muuxannoon afaan raashaa namni isaa afaan raashaa yogguu aarsan lakkaa'achuuf jalqabanii ta'anii uummatee filan. Keenyaaf eessa tokko jedhani as ta'uu isaa yoo shakka ta'e waan tokko eessan jedhaa kan dhiyoo kan jiru jechuudha. Eechi yookaan jedhamoo ta'e fakkeenyaaf suutinii achi gaana sana jira akkasitti yaadamee hamma keenya sana spesifik gochuun ni danda'a yookaan irratti hojjetanii tajaajilu jechuudha.
Atumaan dabaluufi walitti qabatu dictionary lafa seensifachuun barbaada. Dictionary afaan Oromoo barreeffamu inni tokko technical kan ta'e barreeffame German fakkaata. So technical termi afaan Oromoo barreessee gara Ingiliziitti jijjiira jechuudha. Namni baay'een technical termii kan beeku afaan Ingiliziidhaan malee afaan Oromoodhaan miti. The dictionary became useless. The way it is indexed, akkaataa indexed ta'e. Kana erga jedhee booda dictionary keessa amma toonu bisumaadhaan argaa amma himinyaa kan jedhu mostly in the meta area in jedhama miti. Ani kan beeku himiyaa. Wanti kun nyaanni kun himiyaa. Himiyaa jedhee hoon barbaadu himiyaa jedhee dictionary hoona ergu I feel like an outsider. Hanqaaquu buuphaa jedhama jechuudha. Amma fakkeenyaaf hojii dura dhattee boqqolloo jechuu hoo barbaade boqqolloo hojjetti sin qabu badallaadha kan jedhamu. Badallaa qabattee sidaamaa bira hoo dhattee hin beeku. Raafuun jedhu shaanaa jedhama. Shana is the same as with the Sidama. Okay? Language, the Cushitic language, I'm operating to that. Nataku Gundra, Baka and Miliquat to another Karaka to the Anataku. Okay? That Cushia Sidam. The Grid Target Abraham Miliquat to a Casitijecha, Jetuma Tokum, what good in the Onneen qabdu jedhamiti Oromoo libbeellaan jedhamaa nurraa fudhatee jechuudha. Akkasitti waan baay'ee walitti qabatameera. Kanas qorachuu from one language to another comparative analysis hin gaariidha. Garuu semitic qofa hin ilaalinaa kan jedhe isanis nan laala. Dictionary irratti baay'ee careful taatanii naannoo hunda kabar godhame achumatti bakka jirutti naaf barreessii fi kanas argi horan jette natti tola. Achiraki kan argi ho yedu, you are including only yourself, not me.
Ya, juga cuma berarti tidak berarti pada posisi saya. Bila apa cuma dia nanti itu pakai rangka mau kita dengan kita kita. Aci kane sini berarti lalu saya tidak pernah itu bikin dia tidak pernah kan dulu juga ini posisi kita kupan ini saya berada Kekuatan kita dapat estimasi deadline saat tindak jalan dan tidak posisi bayu dan sebaiknya karena posisi ini terdapat presiden tidak mempan zaman mereka juga akan terjadi. Ya, boleh aku Iwan berbelanja kami segala Iwan berbelanja Gue atau bahasa ini, situasi kan dapat kandung juga tergi sih ada sesuatu lo si oke berdua terus saya tu biasa buat akan datang beberapa aci kelas di datang dia kalau sisa biasa lo pasti gue di nasi Ama itu di perbedaan cawat ya, sekali apa arwahnya, sekali dalam akar wamam barangawai kan berkisah pada kita semua ada bukan jadi wamam masih buat nada itu mai buat aku berarti kan ada itu dan jika ada yoga ada kita harus ini berarti wanita kita Bianca de Guadalajara, Coquilla, akan menjadi akan tampilan. Yang saya dari itu sendiri menjadi orang orang berarti, yang institusi orang berarti. Umur aku kami kabar kami, pada biasa institusi biasa ini orang ini mesti berubah. Apa orang baru pun apa orang di kopi sana ada. Gahar juga betul koyal ini. Baru pendukung akan itu dia bagaimana force and power antara itu apa orang itu akan itu. Komunikasi mana hijau force itu ni orang hijau power cuma dia pendekatan dia bisa lakukan penggunaan itu. Dua mana marah terjadi seperti hari ini dia itu. Aduh kita itu berapa. Kalau pun mereka berhasil itu. Aku misalnya dua buat itu dia. Koni di Kenya pun atau kan itu kita. Kalau orang kalau juga kalau dia juga mesti saya bisa kami sendiri dasar Ondaan itu dari akhir itu dan opini itu dibanding dari Afghanistan itu dan itu umat orang itu kami sekarang hanya cing kami mau itu ni awalan dia sekarang almost ada orang itu dia kita jadi mau kita itu Kataman karena tulis karena tujuh angkat negara adalah acara itu Yesus walaupun angkat nasional ini perlu orang Yesus berjadikan ini orang terjadi dalam sebuah wahana dalam itu dan itu kan dia sendiri dan dia kadang itu tidak ada uang kerana itu Mo amor yang bisa menjadi wan ilahi itu. London yang khas kita ini mana kita ini kita berbeda cara yang bukan kita dapat kita ini seperti apa shande dan itu sama ansar ini awalnya tidak ada di tempat perjuangan kan model is a control of come for the shadow of the so kind of border okay, yeah, indication, locations, and advantages and implications. Those are the copy and signification. Make everybody some expert standard evaluation kind of gets about one has so many features that you are able to I think you can also consider around the amount of maybe more time to go one at the other name of the I don't know. Never looking heading to meet and I don't need to go up and get in. I don't need to work in it. You can find a little I don't get many people and people more community
come non si ne valora, hai preso sono hai come la ero già vedendo avvenire la guarda quanta ma andava mangiando ogni quando pensavo che era sangue kan point da ne da ne da ni da ma ne so ya ni da na se pensa a ya why será ver al centro para será ver al no ni se rezo al mismo que más de día para lo que más de día para lo acá ni para la gente que va a ir a hacer ya que el más de día ni que se con ale y que se con ale ni para eso berarti kalau kaitannya nama kaitannya nama sampaikan sehingga kasih oleh dia banyak punya mungkin punya orang wajib dan mana ini macam hari awal apa namanya berada dalam metode tuan mak wajib kami pasti contoh misalnya ini kan nanti wanita mau orang ini apa yang dia masih landar banyak wanita saling terkait apa namanya segala misalnya drama ini wanita ada kesalahan ini wanita kan jadi wanita why dialects ada perbedaan alas standardization wajib lebih fokus dengan standardization akan yang kesana ini amal lebih asal tema yang berada ya jadi umat boleh semua dan makanya ini praktikal makanya ini jadi nama itu bagus kalau mau why dance kalau kalian ini asalnya ini kalau kalian ini dari yang begini orang dan orang ganti nomor lain banyak orang orang kalau mana dari orang orang itu mereka orang itu kalau begini diri orang orang ini agar saya mau tanya doang jadi wujudnya jadi masyarakat yang masyarakat yang kalau lupa tangkap lupa uang kalian udah terjadi apa mau jadi sini dia kayak dia ini mungkin Allah tuh pertama semuanya ada misalnya ada dia ada sama ini dua ini banyak banyak ulangkan dia kayak gabaabaa wal'eeraa qajeelchuu laatu inni haali waa'ee dikshinarii amma nuti kan jennu dikshinarii namni akka dhageessu haa barreessu. Namni dikshinarii akka dhageessu haa barreessu. Sabni Oromoo walitti qabametti gootee waliin akka namni Oromoo hundumaa kanatti Ameria Horatee Gumiin ture waan hojjetamu as keessaa waan jedhamu akka deematu yaadne malee gosa waliin akkaataa jiru kanaan akka
Warri dhaggeeffattanis galatoomaa jennaa egaa afaan Oromoo waan baay'ee safaa homaan qabuu turre waggaa soddoma dura ammartii arganne qabanne sarratti fooyyessuu deemuurraa filmaata qabu. Kanaafi waan jiru qayyabannee kan keenya godhannee kanaaf immoo itti dabaluu ayyaannu jarri kuni amma beekuti kuni afaan warra barateedha. Kan isaan calqabaa jiranii waan hanqate itti guutuu dandeenyaa laataa jedhanii. Isaan duwwaa kan biraa jiraachuu danda'a. Murni biraa iddoo biraa jiraachuu danda'a. Garuu kana jalqabuu isaaniitiif jajjabeessuu nurra jira. KKAO jedhanii qormaata qoraasuma afaan Oromoo jajjabaadhaa milkaa'aan jedha. Galatooma.
Biyyarraa namni riba dhabee
Nagaatum ta'e boobala. Mee nama nagaa nu gaafatuuti gaafa boojjatu.
Galatooma hoostitu naa fayyamuu didee.
Dubbanee biyyeerraa daqiiqaa yaaduu qabaata ammaa fi galatoomii amma yoo kataa keesseen beekuufi.
Baay'ee natti tolee obbo Ibsaa arguu kootiif nama qubee lafa dhaabe arguu kootiif baay'ee natti tolee yeroo jalqabaatiif OSA irratti dhiyaachuu keenyaafis akka afaan qabanneetu afaan Oromoo walitti qabee jiru ikoonoomii isaa caalaa lafa isaa caalaa afaan isaati garuu afaan maddiitti qabameetti waan biraati irratti kan haasa'amaa ture. Maaliif afaan boondii cimaadha gatamuu hin qabu ture barana yaadatamuu isaa yeroo yaadatamu kana keessatti immoo ani keessatti hirmaachuu koo yeroo hirmaadhu immoo nama qubee lafa dhaabe obbo Ibsaa arguu kootiif isaan hin cheer ta'uu kootiif baay'ee tokkoon gammade. Kanumaan jechuu barbaadaa egaa afaan Oromoo otoo nutti fakkaatu afaan dhiibbaa afaan biraa jalatti akka dubbatamaa jiru argisiisuuf waan biraatiif miti. Egaa qaaqa AO'n kanarratti nuti waan kana fakkaatu irratti hojjetaa jirra. Egaa Waaqayyoon nu haa milkeessuu hoggaa har'aa immoo walitti deebinan jedha amma kana nan gabaabsa.
Nagaan nu wulii hundi keessa nagaa bula.
I'm really happy that this project existed and you guys were able to come and present this. Really, it's a wonderful project to standardize upon Oromo. And I was excited when I heard about this project, and it's an excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Please, yes, also give a voice up to come ahead. All right, Obodoa, please come to the front. We have a short presentation
Isaan fitan kaasuma gadi biraatti baqamu. Dura hin dhaabbatu.
Just make it short and then
So yeah, in the end of the level group, the title was about leveraging information technology for the Oromo startup. So others the company or the fellow there was some so can I feel zero a global coalition of organizations, civic, human rights organizations, religious institutions, so we have two main focus. One is working on the human rights issue, and the second one is about humanitarian assistance for our people as much as possible. So we have also two, I think, civilian organizations now who are growing very much. So we're basically the service more other than more things is the so project the technology or what the general so website so if you happen to be one of the civic institutions, you can apply. Website you can never OSA.org. Actually, the website is definitely different, but I think your home button, the very technology as well. We're going to go over the one that we are going to be recorded now. We're going to go more to the so searching for all information is becoming very mysterious and so can I we wanted to create an overall program, our own repository where we can keep data about our own opinion how come we together from an inside our home because data the lecture of the year you just search there. Also, you will get the type Lamapa OSA almost Krishna, Musica to the open to the Imada to the so what we try to create is central repository for where researchers, scientists, lawyers, civil rights institutions can go and find whatever information they are looking for. So it's kind of like the democratic or digital asset management services. And you look for them, the amount of what you have to in the number of other, the annual multi-family so we will need to create a kind of uniform platform for all of them. Data entry, the parameters and the parameters are more the basic culture which are number to the text, because to the good functionality developed. From very data, number the only of view of them, that is the integrating the system is very important. To integrate any program that we consider on the internet, so it will answer or human rights information system services. So there are many people working behind this. And they already publicized money, already was sent to the especially also after the institution. Will have to the leadership of OSA so that this product will be produced to the class professionals so that all authors of the articles to give us permission to remove the products as much as possible in this inventory so that almost back home all of the globe can find the knowledge device are promising. So can I forget to that feeling keep that mind? There are representation of the State and the water of the Euro that we are related two individuals have given us the right information to put the products in this system. With the Jalata Adi, Professor Muhammad Abdul, it was Roman and Axel Professor, I think, Mutabika Jalata, what a state of the application, what the constitution, there is a young case in Ghana, or a young case in London, actually, Kahowa in Barbade for the realities. So when I talk of a young Ghana, Kori Obama and the government for data history. So, Stephen also, those of you who are working in the UN organizations, groups, you can utilize the system which we are going to emphasize very soon because we have around for the movement the discussion based on by the and one the original dictator of the system which
Odaan kuusaa giddugala kan leechalloowwan dijitaalaa Oromoo Oromiyaa ilaallatan akka tokkotti cimsu qindeessu barbaadamuu hojjechuuf akka tokkotti qopheessuuf raabsuudha. Bu'aalee sagaleewwanii fi sagaleewwan akkasumas galmeewwan hundeeffamanii maxxansaalee fi qabuun waa'ee Oromoo Oromiyaa irratti bu'uureffatan Odaams keessatti kuufamanii jiru. Gaarummaan Odaams faayiloota dijitaalaa ol fe'uuf gadi fe'uuf barbaadamee argachuu fi raabsuuf salphaa ta'uu isaati.
Yaadime gurgurteessuma kee irraa hin ka'in muuxannoo dijitaalaa dhimma Oromiyaa irratti fakkaatu mara bakka tokkotti argachuu dandeessuu fi waayillan kee qoodachuu dandeessu akkamitti gammachiisaa?
Egaa kun baay'ee Odaamsiif keessumaan gammadee ati qorata waa'ee Oromoo irratti qoramuu gaggeessuu barbaaddaa? Ogeessa seeraa dhimma Oromoo baraa barbaaduudha? Gaazexeessaa yookiin dhaabbatsa quunnamtii ajjechaa uummata Oromoo irratti raawwatamaa jiru barruu seenaa qopheessuu barbaaduudha? Moo nama daraaraa mootummaa baay'ee Itoophiyaa uummata Oromoo irraa jiraachuu barbaadu? Manarree wantoota kana guddinaa nama sababii Odaamsi tokko irratti mucaa Odaamsi keessaa qoodachuu dandeessa. Hojiilee dhimma Oromoo Oromiyaa ofii hojjettee qabdu gara kuusaa kanaa ol fedhu kuusaa Odaamsi qoodachuu keessatti shoora uumaa kee ba'uu dandeessa.
Oh, Odaams? What is that? Can you tell me about it?
Of course. Oromia Digital Asset Management Service, ODAMS, is a searchable central repository that stores, organizes, and shares Oromo and Oromo-related digital assets from a single location in a secure manner.
Collections of video files, audio files, images, documents such as academic publications, papers, journals, books, and many more digital assets related to the Oromo Nation and Oromia are archived in ODAMS.
What would it mean to you if you could find all your digital assets related to Oromo and Oromia in one place and can search or want to share your work products from one searchable system?
The best part of ODAMS is its simplicity to search, upload, download, and share digital assets in a guaranteed secure environment.
Are you a scholar who wants to study more about the Oromo Nation?
A lawyer who is looking for evidence on Oromo issues?
A broadcaster or journalist who wants to make a documentary on the execution of countless Oromo youths?
Or someone who wants to know more about how the Oromo people have suffered under the Ethiopian government?
Imagine if you had a one-stop searchable online library for all your Oromo and Oromia-related digital asset needs.
Or for sharing your work products on Oromo people and Oromia. That is what ODAMS aims to achieve.
Just go to odams.org and boundlessly access thousands of scholarly documents and many other digital assets.
So by don't forget to give us information and don't forget to test the system as well. Don't forget to search for anything that you are looking for by the
Thanks so much. We need this kind of advanced technology to store our information and to utilize technology. Okay, this brings us to the conclusion of the 36th Annual OSA Conference. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure serving and bringing this kind of conference to you guys. I was honored to be an adult president. One of the things from the get-go, the team that helped me put this together, my executive team, President Led 7, Madeline, of course, you, Daniel Gray is here helping us, is also the deliberating director, many more the coordinating committee, body. And then those scholars, well, I reached out personally, and you were able to drop whatever you were doing to participate in this conference. I was really a pleasure for you guys to come in, and those of you who took this conference very seriously, took this responsibility to organize this conference. So it is a lot more AAG who stayed up all night whenever she was there. So overall, it's been a great conference. I was receiving some comments. After coming out of COVID, organizing live conference was easy, but nevertheless, it's been great. So in conclusion, some of my thoughts may be that we have, at least me, have tried to broaden OSA's reach. I think OSA is capable of achieving more, branching out more. For that, you know, the action wasn't as great as we expected, and in order for this organization to grow, we have a broader mindset, a different philosophy, collective leadership that understands us and bring diversity of thought, bring diversity of from religion, gender. So I asked, let me do that, OSA will be sidelined, will be less relevant. So this was an opportunity we brought. We had to bring in young guys to come and serve that have energy and creativity. But there has to be a reform that needs to occur from within. And we push past our, because it's basically a principle. OSA stands for not only scholarship, but as a platform where we come and debate and discuss. If we begin to close those doors, OSA's relevance will diminish going forward. So this is, I think there is leadership, including the new board. We try to bring in young guys that should have been accepted. They have not. But it used to be, we gotta have younger guys. You know, you can see there's a lot more who are interested in serving. A lot. We need to recruit more people as dynamic and the demography of Oromia is changing. We need to keep up with it. The trend now politics is changing. We need to diversify. That's all I want to say. And thank you so much. Anything that I've come across is to improve this organization. I basically grew up with OSA from my young time. I've learned a lot of things from OSA, including Oromo Center, by the way, when we left Beijing. And that's where I was introduced to OSA. And ever since then, whenever I've had an opportunity to attend OSA, I listen to a lot of lectures, especially the data. I had a greater understanding of the data philosophy. Our father had data, but I didn't know the political aspect of it until I came to OSA. There were reasons for the ceremonies that we used to do. In fact, I was told by my older brother, in the next couple of years, I have to go back and take my data with him. So now, now I have understanding. I know why things happen. And this happened because what I did. For me, it was a learning at basically university in diaspora for me. So this institution, we have to approach it in a broader sense. I'm willing to help this organization regardless. And so I ask all of you to look at Oromia and diversify as much as possible. OSA should not be a closed door, it should be an open door where we can entertain and debate as much as possible, stay away from politics, this is where we examine politics, not where we make OSA a political place. So if we can do all just this function with a simple principle, we'll be able to achieve more. There's a lot more relevance to OSA now, especially with what's going on. I hope the next leadership will continue some of the things that we have started, the conversation, the Horn of Africa, which will bring a lot of value to OSA. So it won't just be a once a year or twice a year conference. Every month, we could bring in different experts that will look at issues with them. This is not enough. This conference that we had, there was a lot more questions. I know a lot of producers hate me because I'm strict on time. I can't take any more questions. And for that, I ask Professor Jonathan's forgiveness, especially because he has a lot more to say. I wanted to engage him more, but due to time, he engaged me. But if this conversation, if this continues, there's a lot more questions we can elaborate and get into. The gentleman that presented us earlier, it's fascinating. The young generation who want to learn, just like when I first came to OSA, learn more about Veda. There's a lot more younger generation that want to know. It's a honorable one. I have to go back to this because it's going to help you. It's really fascinating. And so it's been a pleasure serving OSA. All of you, thank you so much for being there. Well, really, when I called upon you, you responded. I hope one day I will pay that favor. Thank you. And with the votes have already, so is our eloquent incoming president. Please give him a hand. Is it on? That's what it's going to sleep.
Yes, I want to. I want you to come back to the question of.
Thank you. We will do that. We'll send them a letter thanking them for them to give us this venue. And one last thing I forgot. One thing we were trying to start this year, I have to say it because we wanted to get the religious to come and speak on politics. We wanted to get involved. We wanted to look at theology from the perspective of politics. Our plan initially was to bring all faiths and theologies to examine them, to look at them, see how they play a role in politics. We were not able to do all of it. We just started with one. I hope that this leadership will do all the religious. If I haven't gotten to it this year, at least I started. So it's not an exclusion, but it was out of time and resources that we didn't have. But this is key because our people are committed to religion, they're faithful people, and politics doesn't deter. And religious, we only done the religious spoke of it. We will leave our masses behind and they will not participate in self-power themselves. So I ask if other religions will be excluded because of time, the next leadership will go that up. So our president, incoming president, is online with us. OSA Annual is from Europe. Made him have debate challenges, and this is how we do business. And so I really wish him a success. And anytime you need, I'm here, I'm available for you. Please say hello and give him a hand. He is our incoming president. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Ebisa, also for the introduction. I want to, because it is a very late evening on your side and late night on my side, I want to make a very short reflection of what I'm going to do and what I also call upon OSA members and supporters to take this organization together forward. I will read briefly my speech, not a formal speech actually. Dear OSA founding members, former presidents, board members, and fellow scholars, it is a great honor to me to accept this responsibility of leading OSA as a president for the coming year. But at the same time, I understand that it is a big assignment. It is a big assignment for two reasons. Firstly, it is assignment and a responsibility because it requires sustaining the missions and the visions of this only one scholarly association that a few committed scholars built 40 years ago, nurtured it and sustained under different difficult times. Second, it is also a big responsibility because of the timing. The timing means the situation of our people in Oromia. As you all know, currently our people are under different state-led violence, displacement, economic crisis and environmental crisis, and so on. And this is part of the deep-rooted imperial imaginations of Ethiopia. And that has been what OSA have tried to deconstruct for the last 40 years. And it has been this commitment of senior OSA members and the supporters scholars that has been inspiring young generations of scholars, including myself. I grew up reading publications that were produced by OSA members or through the OSA journal JOS. I want to quote one famous quotation from General Wakogutu, which says, Gabrumma Dambukifna, that Amnulman Guddifna. You senior scholars have tried your best to raise the young generation in the struggle in deconstructing the colonial narratives in Ethiopia. Now it is upon our shoulder, the young generation of scholars, to sustain and pass it to the next generation in line with our Gada tradition. I also want to mention that this would have not been, the achievements of the OSA would have not been possible had it has not been for the support, financial, in terms of ideas, in terms of critics of OSA members and supporters. Thank you very much for doing that. And thank you all also for sustaining OSA, as I mentioned before. While continuing to do the OSA missions and visions, the regular OSA missions and visions, I want to mention few agenda items I want to take for the next year in collaboration to the entire OSA leadership. The first one is producing knowledge through funded research. This is very important. Our people, the problems in Oromia are deep-rooted, and it requires empirically founded, empirically grounded research. Therefore, we need to solicit funding through external or internal funding by OSA or through other organizations, and develop a collaborative research between OSA members abroad and in Oromia. Second, I want to strengthen some of the works which have been started linking OSA to Oromia. That is, in the first one, it is through training. I mentioned before that the senior scholars in OSA or out of OSA, particularly on Oromo studies, have contributed their best in bringing and unpacking the complex realities in that country. However, things cannot be continued the same way unless the young generation becomes so critically informed and also equipped with the knowledge and the skills of writing. Particularly the young generation in Oromia should be supported by critical writing skills. That is what OSA members and scholars can contribute. Creating and establishing a platform through OSA, for example, by organizing a training workshop for scholars in Oromia. The second one, the second aspect of the linkage with Oromia is through supervision. For example, PhD candidates in Oromia universities require the support from us all, because we are placed in different opportunities. We have access to materials, and then a co-supervision would also equip them to be critical researchers. Otherwise, they would continue to reproduce what the Abyssinian scholars have been doing for centuries. The third aspect is, which actually the board mentioned yesterday, about Journal of Oromo Studies. We should increase and strengthen the quality and the frequency of JOS, particularly by adding two positions, associate and managing editors, and in collaboration with the editor, the board, and other leadership, I will work on strengthening this publication or publication platform. The other aspect, which is the last, actually would be establishing collaboration between OSA and other scientific and or scholarly organizations abroad. This also helps us particularly to broaden our engagement. Therefore, I will call upon Oromo scholars, OSA members, and supporters to support this only one organization that we have, financially and in terms of ideas and in terms of critics, in order to take this organization forward and to use it as a scholarly platform for ideas, discourse, and discussions. Together, we will finally take, we will definitely take the OSA forward. Thank you very much. We'll do it better if we are united. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalamu ala Rasulillah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Kuno guyyaa lama final qabnee waan babbareedaa hundaa'uu barnoota guddaa irraa arganne. Kanaaf galatooma ammallee akkuma nagaadhaan jalqabnee nagaadhaan xumurre waggaa dhufus immoo akkuma kan nagaa walitti dhufnee waliin waan babbareedaa amma ibsanii kaan hundumaa'u kan asirratti argannee waliin haasofnee nagaan xumurrannu nuufataa bisuun rabbi immoo biyya keenya nagaa taasisee yoo jedhe immoo biyya keenyatti illee akkuma kan akka 2019 biyya keenyatti illee kan taasifannu haa taasisu barakaataa galatoomaa nagaan bakka dhuftanitti nagaan galaa rabbitti ni waliin na jiraata.
Egaa guyyaa baay'ee as turre kanaaf galanni kun waaqaa ta'uu odoo inni barbaannee amana turuu dandeenyu waan hundumaan nu bira ture waan jennumaa dhaga'uu fedhii keenya nuraa yaadatu kan garan keenya gaarii hafu hundumaan waa fudhatu waan hamtuu hojjenne waan dhiifaman waa godhu kan kanarraa handarbe akkuma biyyaa baatanii fagoodhaa dhuftanii dhiyoodhaa dhuftanitti waan isin yoo ta'e nagaan biyya keessanitti bakka dhuftanitti mana keessanitti waati maatii keessanitti isin argachuun Oromiyaan nagaa taatu Oromiyaadhaa fi waan bilisummaa yaadennu gammachuun keenya isaa waan kanaanis waa kakaalu ulfinni kan waaqa guddaa ta'u gala nagaan biyya keessanitti.
Maqaa abbaa kan ilmaan kana fuula qulqulluu sadan waaqa tokko ameen. Waaqayyo nagaan nu jalqabsiisee sagantaa kana hirmaannee nagaadhaan akkanatti xumuruudhaaf kan nu geessiseef galanni isaaf haa ta'u. Bakka jirtanu bakka bultanu biyya keessanii mana keessanii baatanii waa'ee saba keessanii waa'ee uummata keessanii mari'achuudhaaf yeroo keessan qabeenya keessan waan hundumaa gootanii asitti argamtan Waaqayyo gatii keessan isiniif waan gaariidhaan isiniif adeemsisu. Biyya keenya biyya nagaa nuuf taasisu akkasitti biyya bilisummaa qabu kanatti walitti qabamnee yaada biyya keenyaa uummata keenyaa mari'anne akkasumas handhuura biyya keenyaa Oromiyaa Finfinneetti akkasumatti walitti qabamee uummanni sodaa tokko malee waa'ee uummata isaa waa'ee guddina isaa waa'ee aadaa safuu isaa amantaa isaa akkanaan mari'atee nama waa tokko sadaatiin nagaan ba'ee nagaan galu Waaqayyo nu taasisu isaan wal ittiin nu haa ga'u. Waaqayyo jara kana qopheessitanii itti yaaddanii duraan bu'uura buustanii amma wanaatti itti fufsiistanii turtan ammas immoo jara haaraa fidatanii gara fuuldureetti immoo kana ceesisuudhaaf adaaraa amanaa fudhatanii jiran Waaqayyo jara dandeessisu tokkummaa keenya nu cimsu hayyoota keenya kan waliin mari'atee waliin galee daandii tokko karaa tokkorra baafatee uummata saba guddaa kana rakkoo fi hacuuccaa keessa jiru gara bilisummaatti ceesisu Waaqayyo nu haa taasisu walii galtee nuuf kennu nagaan gara obbolaa.
Make your copy and everything. Where or how do you speak?
Thank you.
It means that you have to stay to the very.
Yeah.